Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling this meeting to order of the City Council and Authorities Concurrent Meeting. Could we please have roll call, Assistant City Clerk?
Afternoon. Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Hardy.
Sorry, present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Present.
Mayor Gilmore.
Here. Thank you. All are present. So we have 4 items in closed session. Do we have any public comment on any item that is not in closed session or on closed session items? I'm sorry. Do we have any
Madam
public
Mayor,
comment? Yes.
I have an e-comment.
Okay, go ahead.
This is from s.c.california, and it states, at one of the December meetings, the city attorney claimed campaign spending on behalf of a city council member created a common law conflict of interest that required council members to recuse themselves from any discussions related to that issue. Contracts with the police and fire unions are on the agenda today. Lisa Gilmore and Kathy Watanabe benefited from campaign spending by these unions. Doyle must provide the same advice as he did in December or admit that his advice in December was wrong. End of comment.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have a comment? All right.
Any other hands?
Thank you. We'll be adjourning to closed session. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to call the regular city council meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcement?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you for that. So good afternoon and welcome to today's City Council meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara Public Health Department orders and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19. This includes social distancing, the use of face coverings, and frequent hand washing. For today's meeting, the city has implemented a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. So let's move on with the City Council agenda. However, before we go into that City Council agenda, I would like to ask that our council bear with me to have a moment of silence commemorating the life of former City Council member Jim Ash. So before we begin today, I would like to take a moment to honor the life of Jim Ash, a former Santa Clara City Council member and beloved pillar of our Santa Clara community. Jim was born on December 6, 1935 in Lebanon, Tennessee, to Oliver and Marjorie Ash. After graduating from high school, he enlisted in the U.S. Navy, where he traveled the world and ultimately met the love of his life, Jacqueline Renee Stranton, in Honolulu, Hawaii. We know her as Lynn. On June 17, 1958, they married. After receiving his teaching degree from Middle Tennessee State in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, he headed west to California and ended up in Santa Clara, where he taught school for over 30 years for the Santa Clara Unified School District. Jim had a passion for serving and giving back to the city of Santa Clara. Not only was he a member of the Santa Clara City Council, having served 3 terms, he was also a member of the Planning Commission, the Civil Service Commission, and several service organizations such as the American Legion, Elks Lodge, and the Veterans Memorial in Central Park was the result of a lot of his hard work as well. Jim was known as Mr. Fix-It, a man who could build things from the ground up. He was also known for his thoughtful demeanor and infectious smile. He had a kind and compassionate spirit. On Tuesday, March 30th, 2021, Jim Ash, loving husband and father of 3 children, passed away at the age of 85. He was preceded in death by his father, James, his mother, Marjorie, his brother, Bobby, and his sister, Dixie. He is survived by his wife, Lynn, their 3 children, Dana, Lisa, and Travis, wife, Renelle, and his brother, Butch, numerous nieces and nephews, and several grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I just want to take a personal note because I had the pleasure and honor of serving with Jim on the city council for a few years. And I just want to say, there's one thing that always sticks out in my mind about Jim Ash is that, you know, people that get on the city council love to talk. We all love to talk, and, you know, I'm no exception. But at a time when Jim was on the council with us, he was a man of few words. He wouldn't say much. And he would always say, every time people would ask him, well, you know, why aren't you talking like all those other council members? He would always say, because you can read my light. Just read my light. And I always remember that about him, that he served, and he served, you know, quietly, but he was so dependable. He was always there and always willing to give back to Santa Clara. So he's going to be so missed. And I know we're flying our flags at half-staff in his honor for everything he's done for the city of Santa Clara. And I know he's done so much more as well for Santa Clara Unified School District. So I would like to ask now for a moment of silence to honor Jim Ash's memory and his service to the Santa Clara community. Again, thank you so much, Jim. And his services are going to be at the end of this month. So I will make sure that the public knows when his services will be, so that if anyone who wants to attend would be able to attend. All right. So thank you, council, for that. And I think he might have some family members in here. I don't know if we have. Yes, I see. Hold on. Do we have any family members that would like to say anything? I don't know if Travis or Lisa or Dana are online. Anyways.
If they like to speak, they can raise their hand, Mayor.
I
So
know.
I can unmute them.
I don't see them. So.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for that. Okay. So next we have reports of action taken in closed session.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Council took no reportable action in closed session.
Okay, next we have continuances and exceptions and reconsiderations. I think there's
Mayor,
yeah.
we requested item 1B and 1C be deferred until April 20th.
Okay, is there a motion for that?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, for closed session, and motion and a second. Any other discussion on that item being deferred to closed session? I see some public members. Do you have, is that on this item? Some hands up?
They've been up. I don't know if it's for this item. Mayor, do you want me to unmute them?
Yeah, is it for this item for closed session?
Mr. Paul Fong, please unmute yourself.
No,
No?
okay.
Okay.
Wesley, is your hand up for this item? Okay.
Great.
Okay. We have a motion second. Assistant City Clerk, for that continuance.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, other continuances, exceptions, Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to request that item number 7, which is the report from the Chair of the Downtown Community Task Force on the status of the work of the task force, please be moved under item number 3, which is the study session regarding the housing element update.
Okay, is there a second on that? Oh, wait a minute. City Attorney, I have to recuse myself on this item. Should I even be calling for questions on this? I'm not sure. To move it forward?
This is just to move an item on the agenda.
Yes.
Move it up.
I don't think you need to do that.
Okay. All right. Is there a
I
second?
think maybe just don't vote on the motion, but you don't need to leave the
Okay.
room.
I'll
right.
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on that? Anyone from the public on this item? Paul, you have your hand up. Okay, hand down. All right. Assistant City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
and Mayor
I'm
Gilmore.
recusing myself. I'm just out of an abundance of caution. I don't even want to vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other continuances or exceptions? Okay, next, we're going to start our first special order of business. And I see Marvin, I see you there. As a special order of business this evening, the City Council and I would like to honor local author Marvin J. Sung. I met Marvin at the River of Life Foundation Food Pantry, where he volunteers his time helping the community in need and distributing food to thousands of families over the last several weeks. And he has, during one of my visits, Marvin shared his recently published book. And I know that we're very proud of our authors here in the city of Santa Clara. We just had our 3rd grade author, Agrawal, here. And Marvin has also authored a book of the Beginning, which is a pretty tremendous book, and I have it here. So to honor your achievement, Martin, I would like to present you with a certificate of special mayoral recognition. And I'd also, which is here, and we'll make sure we get it to you, but I'd also like you to say a few words about your book. We're very proud of our Santa Clara authors. So congratulations, and let's give you the floor so you can talk about Book of the Beginning. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you for having me, Mayor Lisa. It's good to see you again. So I would say this book has really brought light to myself, and overall, this book helped me learn that kids can definitely have a lot of inspiration just from the things they see. And I wanted that for myself when I was little. So that inspired me to write this. And half of the proceeds from this book will go to Operation Dawn Gospel Rehab, is where I was in rehab for a while. And this has been a wonderful and such a great time serving the community at River of Life that I can't pay back in any other way.
I just want to read one line of your about the author. It says, Marvin hopes this book will plant a seed of light in the children of this generation and the next to come. So I know I have a copy here and I can keep it down at City Hall. I'm hoping, Marvin, maybe you can give us a few extra copies that we can give to our library so that people can read this book and let their children see this book as well. Is that okay, Marvin? Can we do
Sure.
that?
If I come and pick up that certificate, I'll bring you
We'll trade
several. I'll sign them.
this for some
Great.
copies for our library. How about that?
Sounds good. You want me to sign them for you?
Yes, to the city of Santa Clara. We're very proud of you. Thank you
Thank
very
you so much.
for joining us today and sharing this wonderful book with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for the honor.
Thank you, Marvin. Okay, very good. So next we have a presentation of the Cultural Commission Work Plan, Goals and Activities. So I don't know who's up for the Cultural Commission, but the floor is yours.
We have the chair moving over. We should be over now. Let's see. Yes.
Always fun to hear about what the Cultural Commission has planned, especially now that we hope the city's going to start to reopen a bit. We're looking forward to being with people and celebrating cultures.
Yes, we are. Can you hear me okay?
Hi, Louis. Yeah, it's a little hard, but go ahead. Go ahead. Get close to your computer. We see you.
Okay. You can see me and my long hair. It's my pleasure to be in front of you, Mayor and our City Council.
Can you get really close to your computer, Louis? Yes, we can really hear you.
All right, give me just
Okay.
1 second. We'll resolve this. Now, can you hear me now? Much better?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So technology, right? So it's a pleasure to be back in front of you. And we have some great news for you guys. As the pandemic hit, we were planning different events and we had to readjust ourselves to, dealing with not being able to meet face to face and not able to have, large gatherings. So we take this opportunity. I know you guys have a busy agenda, but I like to give you guys a couple of steps. And we have with me Deborah Van Hewen, and she has some slides to share with you guys. So just to reacquaint you with with our commission, I'm the chair this year, and we work. We basically take we are your eyes and ears, and we take your directives, and we come out with a work plan. That we break into goals, and I'll share those with you in a couple of seconds. On a yearly basis, we develop this work plan such that all the activities that we do are, basically trying to reach out to the different, to celebrate our diversity in our city and to reach out to different areas of the city to make sure that, they're fully represented. As we work around the work plan, we form subcommittees so we can work on different things and we can multiply our time. So some of those subcommittees have been, steadily busy trying to adjust and bring you programming. I know we're looking forward to large gatherings, and that will open up more activities on ourselves so we can reach out to our constituents. So with that, I'd like to mention that there is 6 of us currently in the commission. We have Jonathan Marinero, who happens to be the vice chair. We have Candida Diaz, Neha Matur, Teresa Salser, and Deborah Byung-Hewen. So we have one more spot open. So I know that there will be, you guys will be interviewing anytime soon. So I just like to remind the public, if you want to join the Cultural Commission, please pick up an application with the city clerk. We love, the diversity. We love, all the different ideas, how we bring them up and how we turn them into events. Sometimes that we work anywhere between 3 to 6 to a year and a half in advance to, bring some of these activities to fruition. So we're looking forward to that. So since no, okay. So one of the things that I like to review is that we develop and encourage interactive art opportunities to provide temporary and the performing cultural and public art in the city. We raise visibility of the commemorative months, and we have a project that we're bringing very close to something I'll mention in a couple of seconds. And we also enhance communications and social media strategy. When we had large events, were able to reach the public, face on. Now we have adjusted and we're trying to build our social media strategy so we can reach our city in different venues. So it's a work in progress, and we're looking forward to that. In that light, we have worked since last fall, and we re-engage with the community virtually. And a couple of our commissioners came out with these wonderful ideas, and we hosted the Halloween and holiday home decorating contest. We celebrated the different seasons through community videos, and just the type of reach that we had through our liaisons and the city. We reach in the home decorating contest. We had over 50 submissions, both for Halloween and the combination of Halloween and the celebration of the seasons. So we reached over 10,000 people in that. So that was a worthwhile event. The Halloween home decoration contest used to be every 2 years, and now we have moved that into a yearly event. And we embraced the concept of districts. So now we give awards based on districts. So that's something that we want to align with the city, and we want to give you opportunities so you can reach out to the different districts and bring visibility. We have some interesting the last meeting. I remember the gentleman saying that was the first time that it wasn't the first time that he won, but it was the first time that he knew he wanted to outdo the next year event. So we're looking forward to some of that. This seasons video, it was a very good programming session. We had the Dia de los Muertos video, we had the Wali, we had the Kwanzaa video, we have the cooking for Hanukkah and the Lunar New Year. So the idea took off like a wildfire, I would have to say. The ability to reach out to the community and have them share with us, how they celebrate and how they embrace the seasons and the holidays. It was very refreshing. So in that light, we have a budget approximately of $4,000 that we use to give our different awards, and that is also going to be covering our coloring book project that we're bringing pretty soon. But to give us more information on one of the subcommittees, is Deborah on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right. So Deborah, it's your turn to give us a little run through of all the wonderful activities that we have coming to. So go ahead.
Thanks, Louis. So next slide, please. Hi, Mayor and Council. I'd like to start by highlighting that since 2019, the month of April has been declared Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month by the California Senate. So we're off to a great start. As Louis said, I'm Deborah Von Hewen, and together with my other colleagues, we formed a subcommittee to work on the public art goal, as Louis just mentioned. This goal area has an approximate budget of $10,000, and it's used for artist stipends, commissioned installations, performances, and awards for the various projects that we undertake. Next slide. In 2019, the Commission identified 5 utility boxes with the Public Works Department and hosted a call for artists. We received 14 submissions and chose 5 artists to work with. Over the fall of 2019 and early 2020, 4 boxes were completed. We're ready to release a new set of boxes. Canada Diaz has worked with staff to identify 6 boxes this time, 1 box per district. And a new theme will be solidarity, resilience, and hope. The new call for artists will be released on April 19th. Artists are paid a stipend of $750 to complete the work. And here is one of our artists with her box, Happiness Around the World, on the corner of Lafayette and Franklin. Next slide. Neha Mathur took on an update to the city's art map this year. She's cataloged and mapped art in the city, such as murals, statues, decorated utility boxes, and fountains. This interactive map should be loaded to the city's website this spring and allows users to have a self-guided walking or driving tour of the art that can be found in Santa Clara. Next. Back in early 2020, the Commission released a call for artists to host the biannual sculpture exhibition. These sculptures would have been placed in city facilities, and a program brochure would have been developed to share with the public on where to see the sculptures. These would have been in place for several months, and it would have culminated in an artist reception. The submissions had already been judged by city staff, commissioners, and a council member, and the semifinalists were selected. We were just starting to plan the installations in March 2020. We all know what happened next. Since the in-person display never took place and city facilities remain closed, the Commission has partnered with the Triton Museum to create a video pocket exhibition. This video exhibition will be available on social media soon, and we're hopeful we can host a small exhibit in the future. The project of the theme of the project is breaking free. And next slide. This year, we're working on a new pocket exhibition based on surviving COVID-19, where artists of many ages can submit art in many mediums. Applications just closed last night with 45 entries, and soon our semifinalists will be selected. Winners will be announced on social media. This is another partnership with the Triton Museum, who generously is paying for some of the artist awards. And we look forward to sharing this with the community soon. Next slide. In March, the Commission approved a recommendation to Council for the city to apply for a grant with the National Endowment for the Arts to fund a citywide art master plan. The Arts Master Plan requires a partnership and matching grant between a local government entity and a nonprofit organization. The Commission aims to bring this forward to the Council in the next few weeks for consideration to apply for this grant. So we have been busy, even though we haven't been meeting face to face, and we've been getting creative about what we could do to continue our programs and bring them to the community. So next slide. Thank you very much, and we're available for questions.
Okay, great. That's a wonderful report. Let me start with the council questions. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Louis and Deborah. I appreciate that. I am curious about what a pocket exhibition is, but my second, I mean, will I put it in my pocket? I don't know. Or is it on my phone?
It's on your phone.
Okay.
It's something that the Triton started about 6 months ago when they were closed down, as a way for people to visit to the Triton with their phone.
Okay. And then my second question is, I didn't see on your work plan any effort to do a public arts impact fee. Are you guys considering that or working on that? I didn't know what the status of that was.
It's still very much on our radar, but from what I understand, the arts impact fee has been somewhat tabled for this fiscal year. So we will bring it back in earnest when we start the new fiscal year.
Thank you. Thank you. City Manager, do you have something you'd like to add?
The council has directed that we evaluate and study arts impact fee. And so we during the last budget process, we had received that as direction, and we'll bring back information over the next couple of months. I'll provide an update through the blog in terms of its schedule. It has been on our workload.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
First off, I will say that when I drive to work, I work at Wilcox, 2 of the utility boxes are there and they make me smile every day. I just love that. Thank you. Also, I wondered, you've done a lot with the visual arts, culinary arts. We have amazing food around here. I wonder if you have thought about, when we can, incorporating that in any way.
Well, I know that the first event that I attended as a cultural commissioner was a food cook-off, actually, in May in celebration of Asian and Pacific Islanders Month. So I would love to see something like that come back when we're able. And Louis, I know that that's something that you tend to organize the events like that. So
That's correct. Usually, I keep asking our city liaison and what's the horizon of when we can start organizing this type of events, because we have 3 different kinds, and the culinary arts, it was exactly that. You know, we were reaching out to Asian, Asia Pacific, or but it was when Whole Foods had just come into the area, right? So yeah, we want to start planning. You know, it takes some time to plan some of these events, but you know, we're caged lions, right? We're just, you know, pacing back and forth and trying to, you know, we want to plan this type of event. So yeah, it's it's in the hamper. It's in the mix of things that we want to bring, and definitely we want to plan some of these things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to express my thanks to the Cultural Commission for just carrying on the way that you have over the last year. I was really happy to see the Diwali video, Hanukkah and the Kwanzaa videos, just celebrating the holidays, and also the Halloween contests and there was Christmas decoration too, right? Wasn't there a Christmas? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
And because it kept everybody in the spirit. And even though, you know, I know we had to be socially distanced, and still gave people the opportunity to get out of the house. And I know the person, the husband and wife that won in my district were first time entries, and they were just so excited. They just put their all into it. And it was such a big deal for them, and so much excitement. And Alina and Sid, if you're listening, you know, again, congratulations, because they really, really put a lot of effort into it. But at the same time, it just gave an opportunity for everybody to just be out there and enjoy the holiday, even under the circumstances. So thank you for keeping, you know, our residents happy and in the spirit, and look forward to, you know, moving forward. So thank you again.
Thank you. I just want to echo the comments that have been made so far, because I think your commission has done phenomenal things, especially during the last year, during the pandemic. I love all your videos. They're so creative, and you really had to find ways to keep us engaged, and you're actually keeping the community, you know, engaged, even though we're all so far apart from each other. Not for long, I hope, but you really have brought out the best in our community and the diversity of our community. So thank you. Keep up all that creative good work to you, Louis, Deborah, and the rest of the commission. I've always appreciated what you have done, especially the events that you host. I always call it, you're the fun part of our city, and you provide fun for our residents, right? Because we all need a little bit of fun in this, you know, negative environment that we're in right now. So thank you very much. I look forward to what you're going to do this next year, and I'm happy to support and participate, you know, whenever I can. I think you do phenomenal work. So thank you so much. Councilmember Becker?
Hey, Louis and Deborah, I just want to say thank you guys. You did a great job, and I'm looking forward to whatever you guys are coming up with in this year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Louis and Deborah. And I know the COVID-19 thing has been tough for everybody, but your commission has done a tremendous job connecting the events virtually and presenting to the community whatever you could, and it was a great effort. And you should be happy that we are expanding basically the Culture Commission down the line later today into a new International Exchange Commission that is part and parcel with you. And yeah, I'm happy about that one too. So you have another arm to help you out, basically. Thank you
Yeah,
again.
yeah, thank you very much. That was a needed expansion since we kind of handle domestic and international, right? So I see that with good eyes. So the expansion program, it's I think it'll be great. It will be a good synergy between the two of us handling things.
That is correct. And I appreciate everyone else on the commission too. Thank you for their help too. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the council? All right, any member of the public? Any comments from the public? I don't see any hands. So again, thank you, Louis. Thank you, Deborah, and the whole commission for everything that you've done for the city. Keep up the great work. We look forward to having any fun, some more fun.
More fun.
Going forward, you bring bright positivity to our community. So thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on now to our next special order of business, one that we look forward to, I think, every week. And that is a verbal report from our city manager regarding COVID-19 pandemic. City manager.
Hi, Mayor, and thank you, City Council. Once again, there has been late breaking news today on Tuesday with respect to the state action, some federal announcements, and a county report. And to make sure that we have the most current information, I'm going to hand this over to Lisa, who has been watching out through the day of all the different activities. So Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager Santana, and good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. Yes, we have late breaking information again. I'll be sharing changes that the state announced late last week and this morning, as well as information shared during the Board of Supervisors meeting this afternoon. So Santa Clara County remains in the less restrictive Orange Tier 3 in the state's blueprint for a safer economy because of our low case rate and low COVID test positivity rate. So County Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody stated today, our cases are dropping, but there is a flattening of that drop. Today's data shows the 7-day average of daily cases is 110. Last week, that was 113. The positivity rate has been around 1% for the past week. It's been below 1% or 1.1%. And in the hard hit areas of East San Jose and South County, it's been around 2%. Our county's available ICU capacity is 33%, and the Bay Area's regional ICU capacity is 28%. New hospitalizations have decreased, and only 6% of ICU beds in the county's hospitals across the county have COVID patients, which just shows tremendous progress. There are 95 patients in total across the county's hospitals today. The length of stay has increased, which is something that was discussed at length during the Board of Supervisors meeting today. Dr. Ahmad Kamal, the county's COVID-19 Healthcare Preparedness Director, who you've heard me quote before, stated that patients who have long stays in the hospital are the older patients who have already been there a long time. So there's no observed change in severity of illness so far. So that is also good news. Deaths are still declining, and we are about where we were with daily deaths late last spring. There were 8 additional deaths reported today for a total of 1,969 cumulative deaths in our county since the beginning of the pandemic. This morning, Governor Newsom made an announcement, but before he did, he shared that California it has among the lowest case rates and positivity rates in the United States. We have administered our 20 millionth vaccine, and we reached the equity mark that we had of providing 4 million vaccines to the lowest health equity quartile in the state. On June 15th, we will be getting rid of the blueprint as we know it today. 30 million people in California will have received at least one dose of vaccine by the end of this month, according to the governor. And he expects by June 15th, business as usual will resume in California. So this is dependent upon a few things. We all need to keep up with our mask wearing, social distancing from now and going forward. And vaccines need to be readily available, but he has a high level of confidence that vaccines will be readily available and hospitalizations will need to remain low. So we have been in the blueprint for 31 weeks so far. Today, 16 counties will be moving into less restrictive tiers. We know local jurisdictions can make stricter rules. We know that very well. Dr. Mark Galley, California Health and Human Services Agency Secretary, made an important point to justify all of this. He said those hospitalized across the country are those patients who have not been vaccinated yet. And so we are continuing to make progress in that area. The governor stated he does not anticipate lifting the mask mandate anytime soon. At the Board of Supervisors meeting this afternoon, there was no mention of the governor's announcement. As of yesterday, the county was assimilating changes to guidance the state recently announced late last week, and it was not yet clear yesterday, and this was not discussed or mentioned today either. It wasn't clear if the county is going to adopt these changes, but effective April 15th, the state expanded the blueprint to allow expanded capacity at outdoor gatherings for those who have been fully vaccinated or show a negative COVID test. The state also adopted the CDC's updated travel advisory for people who are fully vaccinated. For example, those who are fully vaccinated can travel safely within the United States and do not need COVID-19 testing or post-travel quarantine if they take precautions such as wearing masks and practice social distancing. So before I give an update on vaccines, I'll share that Dr. Cody was asked today if she expects a fourth wave of increased cases. And she replied that it is too soon to know. It depends on behavior such as mask wearing. How quickly we can vaccinate is also very key. She believes that we are in a race between the variants and the vaccines. And this has been a common statement. The governor also made that statement today. We're in a race between the variants and the vaccines. So I'll give an update on vaccines now. We have a slide for this, a little bit more information on this particular slide than I've shown in the past. We'll talk about that. So while vaccine shortages have been problematic, the county reports satisfaction with their agreement with the state that allows the county and not Blue Shield to control where vaccine allotments are administered. A greater allotment of vaccine was received this week and is expected in mid to late April, which we all look forward to. This is reportedly why the state expanded eligibility to those 50 years and older on April 1st, and eligibility will expand further on April 15th for those who are 16 and older. So here are the vaccinations completed so far in our county, despite the challenges with supply. So the number of residents 16 and older who have received at least one dose of vaccine is over 40%. The number of residents 16 and older who completed vaccination is almost 24%. The number of residents 50 and older who have received at least one dose is 56%. And the number of residents 65 and older who have received at least one dose is over 72%. As the slide shows, sccfreevax.org or 211 is still the county's message to schedule vaccine appointments. However, we have received reports of appointments also being made at local national pharmacies at myturn.ca.gov, the state's website. Theoretically, there shouldn't be a difference, but anecdotally there is. So we want to inform the public of this too. There has been, it appears, a slight increase in the ability to schedule at the vaccines, at the pharmacies, excuse me, at myturn.ca.gov.
Sorry, Lisa, I don't see your slides advancing.
You don't see the slides advancing. I'm viewing, I see the council chamber's PC screen, and I see on that screen the county's website, sccfreevax.org or 211, or myturn.ca.gov. I see that on the council chamber's screen.
But your numbers, do you have anything other than this?
No,
Oh, sorry.
no.
I thought you were
Oh,
showing the numbers.
oh, well, no,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you for clarifying, Council Member Jane. No, the numbers are very, very, this is very, just a couple of hours old here. So in addition to CVS and Walgreens, Costco and Walmart have been added to the retail pharmacy list. So hopefully this all means greater access for everyone. Also, a bit of good news, the county also reports they will be able to receive vaccine directly from the federal government within the next week or so for federal qualifying health centers, which will add even more supply. And I will share that this week, the county added 52,000 first dose appointments. And this is in addition to what can happen through the health systems, Kaiser and PAMP, although it looked like their allotment was lower this week, but the pharmacies appear to have a greater allotment. So moving on to COVID testing, there's a slide for this. It's a very familiar slide to us all. The county reports COVID testing has decreased significantly since January, and we are only using 35% of our testing capacity in Santa Clara County. The county urges testing to continue even for those who have been vaccinated, since all variants of concern are circulating in our county. So free COVID testing continues on the second and fourth Wednesdays of the month. So this means next Wednesday, April 14th, testing returns to us at the Central Park Library, sccfreetest.org, up to 7 days in advance. Appointments can be made. And we're just grateful to everyone for continuing to hang in there. We have great, really great service at our Central Park Library. So moving on for our emergency rental assistance program. Yesterday, the city began receiving pre-applications for phase 3 of the emergency rental assistance program. You must be a City of Santa Clara resident, owe back rent, and have an income of less than 80% of area median income to apply. Pre-applications will be accepted through April 23rd. And for details on the program, we ask the community to visit the webpage. It's on the slide, santaclaraca.gov/rent release. And for the library update, there's just one slide for this. We are excited to announce this week is National Library Week, April 4th through the 10th. So in Santa Clara, we are celebrating with the expansion of lobby pickup service to our branch facilities. Residents are once again able to pick up their holds as well as grab and go bags at the library that is most convenient for them. Each branch will be open at least 3 days a week, including one evening. Saturday hours will be available at both Central Park Library and Northside Branch Library. And starting on April 19th, limited indoor computer and printing services will also be made available at all 3 locations. This service is an excellent resource for residents, especially those in underserved communities, to safely access essential services that may not otherwise have at home, such as Wi-Fi. And as we continue to move forward through the blueprint, the library will continue to look for opportunities to restore services while maintaining safety as our highest priority. During in-person visits, patrons will be required to follow state and county public health department guidelines, be COVID-19 symptom-free, wear a face covering, and maintain social distance, which we are all accustomed to. So this is not a surprise, I know. And for more information, the community can visit sclibrary.org, email librarians@santaclaraca.gov, or call 408-615-2900. And then this is news also. On April 2nd, the Stanford Blood Center conducted a mobile blood drive in the parking lot of the Northside Branch Library. This event was a new partnership with the city to host monthly blood drives throughout the remainder of the calendar year. The April 2nd drive resulted in the collection of 26 units of blood and 6 first-time donors, potentially impacting 78 patients. In the coming months, similar blood drives will rotate between the Youth Soccer Park, Reed and Grant Sports Park, Central Park Library, and Northside Branch Library to encourage residents to donate life-saving blood products that give critically ill patients a second chance at life. The city would like to thank Stanford Blood Center for its efforts to save lives in our city. So this concludes the update. In the future, I can add a slide on the numbers of completed vaccinations, and then I can simply just give whatever the latest, greatest, newest percentage is at that particular moment. So this concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lisa, for that. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, as always, Lisa, for the report. I have to tell you, I was actually one of those 26 donors out at the Stanford Bloodmobile on Friday, and it was great opportunity as always, and just so many people excited to be able to give blood. The staff that are there in the Mobile just do a fantastic job, and I'm glad to know that there will be more opportunities to donate, because, as they say, blood is life. So this is an important time to be able to donate. I do have a question. I'm, as always, happy to hear the numbers. Is the county looking at any possibility of a mobile, vaccination mobile, to try and reach some of our low-income neighborhoods where they may not have the ability to get out and get a vaccine? Have we heard anything about that at all?
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, for that question. Yes, the county actually is doing quite a lot of work with mobile vaccination clinics. So
great,
they're doing quite a lot of that, and mobile testing as well.
Beautiful. No, that's wonderful to hear. So if we know of a neighborhood that maybe needs some outreach, can we contact somebody at the county or through you to make a request? Because somebody had actually reached out to me asking about that specifically. So that would be good to know if I could follow up with somebody or have them follow up with somebody.
Yes, I can receive that email and I can forward that to the county EOC liaison, who would forward it to the vaccine outreach team.
Beautiful. Okay. Thank you again, Lisa.
I have a question, Lisa. I finally was able to, they finally got down to my age group as of last April 1st, right? 50 to 65. And I tried since then, like all weekend, trying to find vaccines everywhere. I mean, it was pretty tedious. I couldn't find anything. Finally, a person I know told me, oh, right now, this was yesterday, right now on the county fairgrounds, you can go and get an appointment. And I do finally have one for Friday. But when you said that the statistics you had were 56% of people 50 to 65, something like that, have had their first vaccination, I'm actually surprised at that number because of the lack of vaccinations available and how hard it is to get online and to do that. But to have over half of people in my age group already since last Thursday vaccinated, I don't understand that.
Well, thank you, Mayor Gilmore. That's certainly a reasonable question, but that statistic, that percentage, would include healthcare workers. It would include all of the employment-based demographics that were allowed to become vaccinated going back to last December. So that's not overwhelming success just since April 1st.
That's what I thought. I thought, wow, where are they getting these vaccines?
Right.
Right.
Right. Yes, that's not since April 1st. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That makes more sense because, I'm checking, you hear, okay, Costco's doing, I'm trying Costco and Safeway and CVS and Walgreens and Rite Aid and, every medical facility around. And I'm thinking, what am I not seeing and how are we going to help people to get to the vaccines? And, I wish there was some way that people could be notified if you sign up for like an e-notify that, okay, now there's vaccines over here, sign up quickly or something. So you don't have to keep trying because you have to fill out a lot of questions. You fill out a lot of questions before they tell you at the end, sorry, there's no vaccine at this facility. And you go, okay, now you start over again and fill out everything I just feel like I'm hoping that, most people don't have time to be on their computer constantly trying to find places. People have their lives and their jobs and some don't even have the access. So I'm hoping the county comes up with a way to, as Kathy said, mobile units or something to make it easier for people to get vaccinated. That's all. That was my only comment. And thank you again for the weekly up to the minute. I'm glad we meet on Tuesdays, up to the minute report from you. Any other council members on this? Okay. Go ahead,
Lisa?
Councilmember Hardy. Yeah.
I will just say that I do know that they update those. So the earlier in the day that you check, and it is a pain, you're right, to go through all that. And there's so many different choices, but I do know that it's earlier in the day that they update those early in the morning. I think 6 a.m., something like that.
Good tip. Thank you. It's a good tip for our public. All right. Member of the public, Kurt, you have your hand up. Is it on this item? Go ahead.
Hi. Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think as surprised as a number of us. I found out this morning that we're going into, all open California, June 15th. Again, I don't know about the county. I just wanted to throw a little bit of reality from as a small business that deals with the public and bringing public into our business. I don't see personally things getting, quote, just back to the way things were June 15th, even if because if everybody's still wearing masks, especially the employees, if the employees still have to wear masks, things are not back to normal. You can't see a friendly smile. You can't see any facial gestures. There's no kind of toying or laughing with your customers. It's very transactional still for the most part. And so I appreciate that we're getting better, and I'm glad we're getting better. I think everybody is, but I just don't want to be overly optimistic of how normal things are going to be when the state opens up from at least from my perspective on our little business, on how we engage the public, because our priority is safety for our team. That is our top priority. And as long as we're required to wear masks, I don't know how we can properly engage the public. So that's all I wanted to share. But thank you so much for the information and for all the great work you're doing.
Thank you. And thank you for that perspective from a small business owner. I don't see any other hands or comments. So thank you very much. Lisa, thank you very much. City Manager, do you have any parting comments on this?
No, I think Lisa covered it very well, and I'm grateful that she's tracking this through the day. And also, I know that we have had many conversations with the county about the complexity of testing, and there's just a lot of moving pieces at once that make it challenging. But it's safe to say that the county is very aware of just the challenges of you get online and the closest place to get a vaccine, is in Fresno. Those are examples that people are raising, and so it's very much on their radar.
Can you tell me, when's our next testing date at the Central Park Library for testing, not vaccines?
Wednesdays.
Is it?
Next Wednesday, April 14th.
Is the next testing date. So that's the 13th, 14th, something like that.
14th.
Okay,
14th.
so just for people, and I encourage everyone to keep getting tested, especially if you haven't had your vaccines, keep getting tested, everyone. And that's how we're gonna, keep this isolated and keep people safe. So thank you very much for that. All right, we're gonna move on now to our study session. And we have a study session regarding the housing element update. City Manager?
Hi, I'm going to ask Andrew to provide the presentation. Andrew, and we have a presentation that we need called up and that we were able to share in advance at the council's request.
Thank you, mayors and members of the City Council. I am Andrew Crabtree, a Director of Community Development, and we'll be giving you a presentation here on the housing element. Next slide, please. So the city has begun really a very significant effort undertaking to prepare the update to the city's housing element. And our goals today is to give you a significant amount of background information about the housing element, the state's requirements that relate to that, and then also to give you an opportunity to give us some input on specific, some strategies that we're working on, including a potential update to the city's affordable housing ordinance. So with that, next slide, please. So the state law requires every city in California to maintain a general plan. There are 7 required elements typically for the general plan, but in some cases based on demographics or geography, there are additional 1 or 2 elements that are required. So Santa Clara, in our case, we are required to have 8 elements in our general plan. But one that's really unique of those is the housing element. And it's unique in that the housing element must be reviewed and approved by the state. And that's done on an 8-year cycle. And then we're also required to submit annual reports to the state on how we're performing in regards to our housing element. So the 8-year cycle, we're coming towards the end of our current cycle 5. It extends through 2022. It was certified in 2015. And then the next housing element cycle begins in 2023 and extends through 2031. And I would mention that there are consequences to the city if we are not successful in having our housing element certified by the state. One of those is that we can be put on a 4-year cycle that we have to update our housing element every 4 years instead of 8 years. So that's a significant motivation for us to have our housing element certified. There are also other implications, things that can impact us in terms of access to affordable housing monies or other provisions that could enable us to lose local land use control for permitting of new projects. So it's something we take very seriously, and we want to make sure that we meet the state's requirements. The next slide, please. So there have been some somewhat recent changes in state law that have added requirements for the city's general plan. And those are generally triggered by our next housing element update. So we need to have completed them by the next housing element update or before. There's 2 things that we're planning to do with part of our housing element update. One is to prepare an environmental justice element. And this is a new element. This is the sort of +1 that Santa Clara is required to include in our general plan now. And then we also are planning to add some policies to our safety element that were specifically a new requirement for our next housing element. We also would be required by the next housing element to include or add climate adaptation and resilience policies, but we intend to do that as part of our climate action plan update, which is now underway and should be finished before 2022. So those are things that are going to be addressed along with the housing element. Next slide, please. So the state sets forth requirements for what your housing element must do. The housing element must include a review of your previous housing element. It includes goals, programs, and policies, a summary of those that the city has related to housing production and affordable housing production. So we talked about the different city programs that we conduct to assist low-income people in terms of housing and other activities of the city. There's a requirement for sort of an assessment of local housing needs in the community, an assessment of constraints upon housing production, whether they be from government or external factors that must be in there. And then really kind of at the heart of it, I would say, is the sites inventory. And this is an analysis that shows that we have within our general plan capacity to produce a set amount of housing that the state prescribes to us. And I'll talk about that process. There's something called a regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA number, that is given to each city, and it's through a state process. And so the inventory has to show, must demonstrate that we have capacity for those numbers. And there's really very specific criteria from the state as to what sites we can count. The easiest ones to count are vacant lands, which we don't have a lot of, but there are some ways to get lands qualified to count in the inventory. And then there's also a very specific criteria for how a site counts towards different types of RHNA allocations. I'll get into that as well. And just on the slide is an illustration from our current housing elements, or the identification of lands where we were using those to count towards meeting our housing element requirements. Next slide, please. So I talked about the RHNA number, or our Regional Housing Needs Allocation number. This is a number that it comes from the state. So ahead of the 8-year housing cycle, the state gives each region in the state a number for the entire region. And then it's up to the regional government. In our case, that's the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABEG, to come up with a method to allocate a portion of that overall number for the region to each jurisdiction in the region. And it's not just a total number of units, it's also includes breaking down those units into different income levels. So it says, that each jurisdiction must plan for a certain amount of housing at one income level, another income level, and so forth. And then once that process is completed, where each city is given its RHNA allocation targets, we then go forward and prepare our housing elements based on that. The next slide, please. So I talked a little bit about this, but we do the housing element update based on those RHNA allocations, and then our annual reporting as well. I mentioned in our last city council meeting, we actually had our 2020 annual progress report on the council agenda. So the council had a chance to see how that looks, but we submit information to the state using the forms provided by the state on our annual progress. So the RHNA allocation is divided up by income level, and that's based on AMI, which is area median income. So the allocations look at housing that is affordable to people or households based on their income relative to the median income for the area, for our county. And that's put into 4 categories. So very low income are households who have income that's 0 to 60% of the median, low is 60 to 80%, moderate income is 80 to 120%, and then they have above moderate or market rate, which is over 120% of the median income. And so as units come onto the market, the rents, if it's a rental unit, the rent levels, the monthly rent levels need to be affordable for someone in that income category to be counted in that category. Or if it's for sale, the for sale price would have to be affordable to someone in that income level. And there's a formula to determine what that affordability level is. Next slide, please. So this table shows our current housing element cycle, some data for it, how we've been doing. So you see the different income levels on the left and then the total allocation at the bottom. Our target that was given to us back for 2015 of the number of units for very low, moderate, et cetera. And then on the far right, you have our totals and then the years, intervening years. We have 2 more years to go in our current cycle. But as it stands today, we've met the overall number that was granted to us, or exceeded it. And that's largely due to the fact that we've produced within Santa Clara, they've been produced more above market rate units than were required. We've not achieved the very low or moderate numbers. We haven't met those numbers, I should say, as of yet. You should also understand that there's about a 2 to 4 year time pipeline for when planning decisions or planning approvals are granted to when units are counted. They're counted at issuance of building permits per the state's criteria. I think sometimes jurisdictions might count units earlier based on planning decisions, but this is the state's criteria for reporting is based on issuance of building permit. And so you see from these numbers too that there's been an increase in our production in affordable units that really corresponds to our increased efforts about 4 years ago to really kind of reconstruct, revive our housing programs. The city's adoption of an affordable housing inclusionary requirement and ordinance, and it's also generating money to support the countywide, the adoption of Measure A that provide more money funding for 100% affordable housing projects. So there are different things that have contributed towards that, as well as the fact that earlier in the cycle we were still in the sort of recession in terms of the housing market. So there was not as much production going on. And I would note there too, as well, that there's not specific penalties to the city if we don't meet these numbers. There's a recognition that the city is not the one producing the housing, and there are a lot of, it's very dependent on market conditions that are outside of our control as a city. Although there can be some ramifications, particularly recent legislation that can help some applications or developers move forward through a more streamlined process if the city is not meeting its RHNA production targets. Next slide, please. So this is a sort of an outline of the process with the RHNA allocation for cycle 6, the current cycle. As mentioned, the process begins when the state gives an overall target to the region. Beginning in 2019, ABEG started conducting a series of workshops with a sort of a appointed group of stakeholders from throughout the region to come up with a methodology. That committee considered different criteria such as proximity to jobs or equity issues, avoidance of natural hazards, different criteria along those lines, and came up with a methodology which the ABEG board then adopted in January of this year. And that then goes up to the state and they review the methodology. So it's currently in a draft format, but it's expected to be adopted sometime this spring. And once that methodology is adopted, then each city will formally be given an initial allocation, a set of RHNA targets. There is an appeal period for each city to go through if there's an interest in doing so. And then the RHNA numbers are finalized at the end of this year. And then that they feed into the city's preparation of the housing element. Next slide, please. So the methodology has been released in draft form. It's not yet adopted, but so we're calling these illustrative allocations that based on the current methodology, you can determine what City of Santa Clara's allocations will be. It's possible that there would be some modification of this, but there's already been about 1.5 years of work into this. So these numbers probably paint a pretty good picture of what we should expect in terms of our own local RHNA allocations. By way of context, the overall Bay Area's allocation was 441,176 units, which is about 2.5 times of what the Bay Area was given 8 years ago for the prior cycle. And this is consistent throughout the state. Some regions, their allocations from the state were as much as 3 times as what they were in the prior cycle. And it really reflects increased interest or concern at the state level that there's not enough housing being produced in California. And so one way the state is looking to address this is by putting more of a burden, you could say, on local jurisdictions to plan for housing production, more of a requirement or an obligation to do so. So going through that regional methodology process, the participants in that allocate about 30% of the units to Santa Clara County. And so we have a bigger share than other counties in the region, and that was reflective of our very high number of jobs, primarily, but also transit, other beneficial quality of our neighborhoods, schools, et cetera, all of that played into that. And then there was also through that methodology, how the units by different income level would be distributed. There are draft numbers or illustrative numbers for those as well. So you can see here that Santa Clara is looking at an overall allocation of approximately 11,600 units. And then those are distributed between the very low and moderate income categories, as well as above moderate. And so one thing to note here is that really more than half of the units are in, you might call income restricted categories. As housing is produced in the city, we don't typically have that high a percentage of our projects units being income restricted. So to really achieve the full number of very low or moderate income units, it would likely be necessary to produce well more than the total of 11,632 following our typical practices, standard practices available to us. Next slide, please. So this slide is a comparison of the numbers for the current cycle for Santa Clara with the prior cycle. So you can see our overall at the bottom there for the cycle is almost 3 times what we had to plan for 8 years ago. So you can anticipate that there could be a lot of a challenge there around how we provide for that much capacity. One thing that's just digging a little bit deeper into these numbers, you see that the very low allocation is comparably about almost 3 times as much, but the low and the moderate is a little bit less than that, and then the above moderate is a little bit more than that. So really these numbers are derived at the high level from what the economists and the demographers understand the demand to be, what the population growth is, the income level of that population and their housing needs. And then that gets turned into these numbers through the regional allocation process. So, which looks at various factors as well. Some equity issues came into play and so forth. And so this is where we're thinking we'll be planning towards this type of number. Next slide. So how do we go about doing that? Identifying the capacity for those. There are really sort of 5 strategies that we're contemplating at staff level. And the first is really to begin by looking at our general plan and where are there sites in our general plan that are planned for housing growth compared to the existing use on the ground. Perhaps it's vacant, perhaps it has a commercial use on there today that could redevelop for housing, or some cases it might have a lower density residential development, residential use that could redevelop at higher density. So those are sort of looking through our general plan, finding those sites. It could include projects that already have entitlements but aren't built yet as part of that. So we do that analysis, and a big part of that for us is going to be our specific plans, our precise plans, our focus areas, where the city is engaged in a number of planning efforts already. And this is really sort of beneficial to us in terms of our housing element update that we have these underway. And we will likely rely on them very heavily to show how we're going to meet the RHNA numbers, or we can, through our general plan, meet the RHNA numbers. We also look at accessory dwelling units. That's something that will play somewhat of an important role. Our zoning code update, and then our housing affordable ordinance. I'm going to dive into each one of these a little bit more. Next slide, please. So as the City Council is aware, we're engaged in a number of specific plan, precise plan, focus area planning efforts where the El Camino Real specific plan should be coming to the council fairly soon. Further out, we have the downtown precise plan in the works. We have our Patrick Henry specific plan, our Tasmania specific plan, which was recently adopted, but we are interested in looking at adding more capacity there if possible, and then the Freedom Circle focus area. And collectively, we think these would generate about 16,000 units of capacity that we could count towards our RHNA targets. And so think that we're in a good place, so to speak, in that regard. Other communities around us that are not engaged in these types of efforts will really need to be working quickly to add capacity to general plans by 2023 or shortly thereafter, whereas we can rely on a lot of this work already underway to help us. Next slide, please. So I mentioned accessory dwelling units, and one important thing to understand too is that the state doesn't require that the units for each income category be officially income restricted units. And when the city participates in a 100% affordable housing project or other types of projects with a mandated affordable component, we enter into agreements with the developer that require those units to be preserved as affordable units. But it can also happen just naturally through the market, if you will, that when a unit comes onto the market, it just is put out at a rent level that qualifies for one of these income categories. And accessory dwelling units often come to the market at lower rents. We're working with other our planning and housing departments in the county, collectively in the housing collaborative that the council directed us to participate in previously, and in doing sort of a survey of how these units typically come to market. So we'll have good data to support our proposed use of some of them to meet our housing element requirements. So in 2020, the city issued 71 building permits for accessory dwelling units. And it's quite likely that up to maybe half of those qualify as income restricted. So over 8 years, you might have a couple hundred units coming on the market that qualify in some of the lower income categories. And so we definitely want to include that in our analysis, in our preparation of the housing element. Next slide, please. So the zoning code update that's underway, and we hope to complete towards the end of this year, will also be an important part of our housing element. Again, it helps us to align with state requirements that we codify objective design standards for housing development and really have a streamlined permitting process. That's part of the pressure coming from the state to try to improve local housing production. So another thing that we are working to do through the design code update is create development standards that reflect modern development types and reduce the need for planned development zonings that can be a barrier to housing production per the state's criteria. So this will be helpful for us in the housing element update. As I mentioned a few times in the past, our current zoning code was developed in 1969, so we're now about 52 years old. In that regard, it's been amended many times since then, but really never looked at comprehensively. In particular, adding those sort of modern zoning districts has not happened. So we're looking forward to having that done and in place. And then as part of the zoning code update too, there are new state requirements that require cities like Santa Clara, which is a charter city and has been somewhat exempted from some of these requirements in the past, to actually now increasingly rezone properties within the state to be consistent with our general plan. So as the housing zoning code update moves forward, we're intending to undertake some of those rezonings of properties, or proactively on the city's behalf. We need to do outreach around that, certainly to the property owners so that they understand what's going on, but really bringing our zonings in the city, throughout the city, into alignment with the general plan. And the general plan sets the long-term vision and land use policies, but it's the zoning code through which development is implemented. So having those two in alignment helps to facilitate new development as our general plan envisions it to be. Next slide, please. So now, as mentioned earlier as well, the affordable housing ordinance the city adopted about 4 years ago has been an important tool for us to start developing new affordable housing in the city. And a little bit of background on that: the city had a policy historically to require 10% of housing to be affordable by policy. Some changes in state law really kind of undermined that for a period of time. It was really a result of a court case, but it undermined that we could not require that for rental projects and only for sale. But then there was a legislative fix, and shortly thereafter, we brought forward our ordinance. So we were one of the first cities in this area to bring forward an inclusionary requirement that we require 15% of housing in new development to be set aside or reserved as affordable units. And we also at that time adopted a commercial linkage fee, which is very important as well, so that commercial development that comes forward in the city is paying into a fund to help us develop affordable housing. Some of our other plans, like the Tasman East specific plan, which really started out ahead of the citywide ordinance, did include in a 10% requirement in phase one, sort of a 15% phase two requirement, reflecting where the city is going. And note that projects fewer than 10 units are typically pay the fee in lieu fee instead of providing affordable units. And then if there's like a fractional unit, we can also collect a fee. So there are a number of sources there that contribute toward the city's resources that we have to support 100% affordable housing projects. The 15% number is a fairly common number to see in an inclusionary requirement. Sometimes you'll see 20%, for example. But in order to look at, as we thought about how do we try to show that we're going to meet our RENA numbers, and of which very high percentage, about 60% are for affordable units. And the natural question to consider was, should we revisit what our affordable housing ordinance requirements are? And we want to do that in an informed way. And also, the state does require you to conduct a feasibility study if you're considering raising the percentage of inclusionary units above 15%, in order to make sure that you're not using that to make housing infeasible. And we think that's important as well. We don't want to set a requirement so high that new housing development is no longer feasible. So we engaged a consultant to support us by preparing a feasibility study. We just did that recently, and at this point, so far it's just been a study that we were wanting to inform the council that that's in progress. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the study was really started to give us information. We've not developed any specific proposal at this point. We really just wanted to understand what the implications would be if the city were to modify its affordability requirements. And also, there may be different options of how to do that, some of which are more feasible than others. So we wanted to understand that as well, and really have independent verification of feasibility from a market standpoint. So the city has working with us, Economic Planning Systems, or EPS, as a consultant who's been working with us on that. Next slide, please. This is an analysis prepared by EPS of what you see in the region. So as you sort of look across, you see the 15% line shows up in a number of cities in the area, including Santa Clara. Some have at 20%. There's one example at 10%. And then the color of the bar represents what the affordability level is for those units. So in the case of Santa Clara, we require the 15% units to be set at 100% AMI affordability level, which is equivalent to moderate. Many other communities have a mix of low or very low income affordable units in their requirement. So you can see that in this chart, what that looks like. We just did this as a point of comparison. Next slide, please. And this is the same information, but for sale. The last one was rental. This is for sale. Just recognizing that the economics of these types of units are different. And so both in terms of feasibility implications as well as the cost and the benefit of the type of unit. So there are some differences. And you see that the for sale requirements tend to be more oriented towards moderate income requirements. Part of that is that a household, in order to purchase one, typically has to have certain levels of income and resources available to them in order to do that. It can be very difficult to find very low or low income households that can purchase a unit. So that's one reason you might see more of the moderate here. And you do see a little bit here that there's one community as high as 25%. So there's some variation that way as well. Next slide, please. Our consultant then also looked at different prototypes for housing, and recognizing that with a residential development, that as you increase density, there is often a necessitated change in construction type to achieve higher densities. So construction type is classified in the building code. We have type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, and type 5. And it really relates to combustibility, but normally you might think of type 5 as wood frame, type 3 as a mix of wood frame over a concrete podium, and type 1 as being purely like a concrete steel type construction that you would see in a high rise. And that's the most expensive type of construction. Wood frame's the least expensive. So there are different cost levels to a developer that can affect feasibility. Of course, as there are more units produced, there can be more income associated with the project. And so there's kind of a relationship, a fairly complex relationship there between density and the cost per unit and the value or the income per unit produced. So that was, these were the different types that our consultant considered when they did our analysis for us. And then also mention here too, that there was, they worked with some developers to kind of test their market assumptions, sort of a select sort of focus group that they work with on a regular basis to do this kind of analysis. The next slide, please. This just shows where we are in that process. So our consultant began working with us in February, developing those prototypes, sort of putting together pro formas for different types of projects, both looking at our current affordability requirements and potential modifications of that. We did have some developer outreach to some developers to get their input on what they think the market conditions are like and what they see and where they might see opportunities to work with us on more affordability. And then today we have the City Council study session really going forward. Next steps are to be determined. This is where we're open to the City Council's input today to see if there's thoughts and interest in how we might proceed with this. Next slide, please. Just some considerations related to the Affordable Housing Ordinance. As mentioned, we looked at what other cities are doing. That's always can be a useful benchmark to understand what the other communities are doing. We want to recognize that some prototypes, particularly type 1, the high-rise construction, already face feasibility challenges in today's market, just based on what rents are currently, and construction costs have been going up a lot in the last couple of years. The pandemic has not had any dampening effect on that. And rents have come down a little bit even at the same time. Some prototypes like type 3, which is the mid-rise wood frame over concrete podium, appear to already be kind of at the feasibility limit. There may be some opportunity there. Our townhouse type development does appear to be able to bear increased requirements and still remain feasible. There is some understanding that there can be opportunities to use state density bonuses that are provided under state law or under our own general plan, where projects, if they have high levels of affordability, in our general plan it's 51%, state law it's often higher than that. It can be tied to certain income levels as well. Then projects are allowed to exceed the general plan density ranges that would otherwise be in effect. And under the state provisions, those added units that they can add to a project are not subject to the affordability requirements. So those are, they bring some economic value along with them. So our consultant looked at that as well, and just looking at our density ranges that we have either currently or proposed in our general plan, and where there might be opportunities then for a developer to keep a feasibility for their project, even if there's an increased affordability requirement. So we work through that as well, and that's all part of our analysis. But we did want to note too that if a project is already sort of maxing out its density under a construction type, having a density bonus is not helpful because the development would have to move to a more expensive construction type to take advantage of that bonus, and it kind of contradicts any benefit that there would have been. Next slide, please. So possible element options related to the affordability requirement would be that maintain our status quo, 15% inclusionary requirement at 100% AMI. We could proceed with focus changes based on the feasibility study. We could also reevaluate our commercial linkage fees. That's not something we've done yet. We've really looked at yet, but we did 4 years ago have a sort of a nexus study that would have supported considerably, in some cases more, higher fees than what we did propose. But that was a nexus study based on sort of the link between a commercial use and housing demand that it would generate, which is different than feasibility. For that, 4 years ago, we really relied upon sort of a comparison of what other cities were doing to determine what we thought would be feasible in developing our commercial linkage fees. And we could also explore incentives or changes to other requirements that the city has that could offset the financial impact of added affordability requirements. So these are all just topics we're bringing out here for the council to consider as you give us input on this. Next slide, please. So just finally, I want to conclude here with a little bit about the process for the housing element update overall. And we've really already begun, just gathering data on looking at where we have capacity in our general plan, just making sure we're up to date on what the state's requirements are and what we'll need to do, make sure we have a good understanding of that. We're going to look at understanding what our CEQA requirements are here in the fall. That could be a pretty expedited process for us if we're able to rely on work that we're already doing, and then have a draft housing element out in the fall or winter. We can start doing outreach around that and going through the review and adoption process really in 2022 so that we can get it into the state by the end of 2022 as required. So with that, I'm available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director, for this very comprehensive report. So I'm going to start with, there looks like there's council questions or comments. Councilmember Becker, you're first.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Andrew, for your presentation. The only real major comment I would have, and also maybe if you can answer that as also a question, if we can do that. When I was on the Planning Commission, I wanted to push for a lot more affordable housing. Seeing that, millennials, Gen Z, we're all struggling. I think also seniors are struggling. So would it be possible if I was to say something like a 20% affordable housing with 15% being affordable and 5% being very low income? Is that something that would be too bold of an initiative, or would that be something that's positive to maybe kind of take a big stepping stone for people in the community?
So I think our intent here today was to really bring you up to speed on what we've started to look at. But we never have had prior to this officially from the council direction or input that we should go look at updating the ordinance. So hearing from you what kinds of scenarios like the one you've just described are of interest to the council to really consider is good input, and then we can come back with a more sort of specific set of numbers to help you understand that. Sort of as described, we really think there's very limited ability for us for a lot of our different housing types to add much beyond what we have. And it gets a little bit nuanced into, there may be opportunities where there's also opportunities for the developer to take advantage of the density bonus, for example. But what you described, sort of going from a 15% to a 20% would be sort of the most modest approach in terms of increasing the overall, and then adding 5% at very low. So it's sort of a mix of not just of increasing the overall percentage, but also adding a deeper level of affordability into the requirement. I think that that's something we'd look at. As mentioned, earlier, like looking at the highest densities, the type 1 type, already there's questions as to whether or not those projects are feasible at our current requirements. But we certainly, if that's a scenario, we'll make sure that we have more information on if when we come back on this.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that.
Okay, so next we have Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Can you go to slide 8, please? Okay, so Andrew, what I see here is very low at 168. This is what's been built so far or expected by 22. So the VLI is at 16%. The low income is at 25% of our target, and the moderate is only at 7.5%. So I see this kind of discrepancy, and I want to understand, if we don't meet each of these targets, we lose a lot of control over what developers can build, right? They get to build by right. Is that correct?
So let me weigh in on that. So under the fairly recent state law, if you don't meet your above market element, which we've met, my understanding is that a project developer can come in and they only need to propose that 20% of the units in their project be affordable, and then they would need to go through a non-discretionary review process, sort of ministerial building permit. But since we've met that, we've not been subject to that. But if you're not meeting your targets for the lower income, which is the case for us and almost every other jurisdiction in the county, I think the county is maybe the one. There might be one other exception, but pretty much every city is the same boat we're in. Then the project would need to provide at least 50% of their units as affordable. I know we had a little bit of conversation around this, and I think we did have a 100% affordable project come in and basically said, hey, we want to take advantage of this and go straight to building permits, or at least straight through a ministerial process. In that case, that project was in one of our specific plan areas where they were already really subject to a ministerial process or a non-discretionary process. They basically just conformed with our design standards. And so it didn't really have much of an impact on us in terms of how we reviewed it. But there is a potential vulnerability there. We certainly want to try to support achieving these numbers, but a lot of it's outside of our control as well, right? We really are dependent upon a developer or an affordable housing developer coming forward with projects to produce these numbers. And again, also I want to say that there's a bit of a lag sometimes too, where we're requiring units and they're getting into projects, but they don't necessarily show up yet on this table because of when we report them out in our process.
Yeah, what I want to understand is, why is it so hard to meet moderate? We're only at 7% of moderate.
Yeah, and I think that this is one place where we're really, we'll start seeing a lot more units. It's kind of the way it's played through that, we've had some 100% affordable projects come in and move very quickly to building permits in the last couple of years. And so those are very low, and low unit numbers reflect these 100% affordable housing projects that have been coming forward. And then the moderate units are really primarily being met through the inclusionary requirement. And we will start seeing, around 15% of our production be in that category relative to our above market as a result of the inclusionary orients. But there's just a little bit of a lag there. It's not reflected yet in this table.
Yeah, so if you go to slide 18. And here, I think you showed that other cities have split this out. This is just like Councilmember Becker had explained, where we actually, instead of just requiring moderate, we would actually split our 15% into different tiers. I'm a huge proponent of that to try to meet all of those different categories. So, and then if you go to slide 13 back, here you're talking about planned capacity of 16,000, but you're not including here anything for Kylie or for the Santa Clara station. And that could substantially increase the number of units beyond what's listed here, right?
So in order to count those units in our housing element update, there would need to be more work done, right? Kylie, we've not taken any action there that we can really point to. The general plan for that site is still office R&D use, and there's no entitlements that are in process or underway, such as our specific plans that would change that for us to be able to count it in this housing element. I mean, it could, if the project were approved and built, it could help us with our production, but we don't anticipate necessarily, we don't know, that project's been inactive with us for some time, so we don't know that there's a project. And then you also, that we can rely upon for the housing element. And then you also mentioned Santa Clara Station. And I don't know if you're talking about, a potential planning effort there or specific projects, but there certainly are projects such as the, fairly recently approved Gateway Crossings project, where we're going to be able to, look at entitlements like that, start counting them for our next housing element update.
Right, but I think that a station area plan, I believe there's a total of 300 acres of land that could be considered there, which would be a tremendous number of units. Okay, I think you said that during the feasibility study, they said that type 1 isn't really working, but I believe San Jose downtown is doing quite a bit of type 1, and Freedom Circle, I think, is doing some type 1. Is that correct?
So with Freedom Circle, the initial proposal that came in that was shown to the council included type 1. That the developer has sort of reevaluated, and I think what we're anticipating from them now is probably a type 3 type development proposal for the Greystone site. We do have developers within Patrick Henry who've indicated that they would build type 1. We do have Coleman Gateway as a phase 2 that includes type 1 construction. The Kylie project that as we saw a couple of years ago included type 1 projects. So Tasman East includes some potential type 1, although again later phases. So I think what we are hearing from developers is that they think we're close from a market standpoint, but we're also hearing from developers that today the current market doesn't really work. But some of them are 5 years from now it could work, right? Or depending on rents and construction costs and other factors. And then every developer has kind of a different financing source. So sometimes that could be a factor as well in what they consider feasible. So it's not that no one is proposing it, but our economist has some good analysis to say that there's reasons to suspect that it's not that feasible in our current market.
Okay. And my last question is that I read the EPS report, and it said that there was really not any appetite of doing more than 4 stories on El Camino Real. But I believe, I think it was the last council meeting, you might have mentioned that even 6 stories would not create a canyon effect on El Camino. Is that correct?
Okay, so when we were discussing El Camino Real, there was a question about canyon effect, and I suggest, obviously that's somewhat of a subjective perception issue, but I mentioned that, sometimes planners use sort of like a 1-to-1 ratio, and given the width of El Camino Real being what it is, that, I would not say that typically, 4 or 5 stories, 6-story building would be considered tall enough to create sort of the canyon effect along El Camino Real, but we were going to look at that potentially more on that. So I think, with, I'm not sure about the EPS. I think you're talking about the same consultant happened to work on some other plans for us, but in terms of feasibility and height along El Camino Real, we have seen some interest from developers in 5-story development types.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrew, I have some specific questions. If they can't be answered now, that's more for you to just put out there. You talk about disadvantaged, and I wondered if that making certain that things answer to the concerns of disadvantaged, would that include parks? That was not clear to me. The commercial linkage fees, I'm not familiar with. I'm interested, I'm listening. When I first saw the possible RENA goals based on what they were putting out there, I will admit, I was kind of horrified and thought it's not possible. But when you talk about a 16,000 unit capacity, it kind of surprises me and think, well, maybe this is possible. But then I wonder also, when you talk about the number of jobs and the way things have changed in the last year, are they taking into account people that are working remotely? Their job may be in Santa Clara, but they are not maybe physically coming to Santa Clara and may not want to move here. I don't know. There was a term about micro units, obviously in the report we read. I'd like to know what they meant by micro units specifically. Also, it was called out, what is San Jose doing? And you referenced a little bit about that, and I would be interested. You talked about setbacks, you talked about densities, but I was also, and the type of construction 1, 3, and 5. But I was wondering, what kind of height realities do these work out to be? Do we have, I didn't hear that specifically. And I've also heard the term form-based code zoning thrown around, and I haven't heard that from you at all. So I was wondering about that. Sorry, did I go too fast?
No, I got everything, but it's really a lot of good things.
Those of us who've been on the planning commission, we read these with that kind of thought. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll say a little bit about the disadvantaged communities, and really that's something that we're going to need to dig into with the housing element more. And it's I think it's a new requirement for us. So I don't have a lot of experience on how the specific details of what we're going to need to look at in that. We will probably be bringing on a consultant to help us with that part of the housing element update. But I think access to parks, services, retail, schools, and certainly like environmental issues like proximity to industrial uses and things like that can play into that as well. So I think that's that they're really looking to, the intent is looking to make sure that we're not overly concentrating our lower income units in disadvantaged areas, if you might want to put it that way. So I think it's more about showing, and again, I think we're in relatively good shape, that our affordable housing is distributed throughout the city, or it's in areas where there are amenities that we're planning and proposing. But that is, again, tying back to the specific plans, why it is important to include amenities in those. That, we're not just dealing with numbers, we're dealing with neighborhoods where people will live and making sure those are quality places. You just mentioned briefly commercial linkages. I wasn't sure if you had a question on that, or just that was just an area of interest.
I hadn't heard the term before. I didn't know if now was a good time, but just to put that forward.
Yeah, so commercial linkage fees, I really like when, I kind of went fast on that. And so, when someone is developing an office building or a retail use, or anything that's commercial generally, we worked with a different consultant, Kaiser Marston, about 4 or 5 years ago, to understand what the link is, the nexus between that type of commercial development and housing demand. So, if you build a new office building, you're going to get a certain demand for housing that comes with it. If you build retail, that creates, the workers in the retail need a place to live. And so you can do an analysis and sort of say, X square feet of retail will mean that you need this many more units of low income housing or something like that, because typical retail jobs, that's what they, that's how many they pay and so forth. So you can do an analysis to establish like what the demand side is. And we call that a linkage or a nexus study. And so, you might say, well, with every 100 square feet of retail, you're going to need to build a whole bunch of affordable housing. And there's a dollar amount that can then translate to, like how much subsidy would that require to build that? And we could assess it on a per square foot basis. But then there's also a reality of, could that development afford that? And particularly like retail is very cost sensitive. And it's something you always hear from the community always wants to see more retail. So you really have to kind of balance things out and say, we don't want to set these commercial linkage fees so high that they prevent people from building commercial, or they prevent office development, for example. So that we went through a task force process about 4 years ago, looked at what other cities were doing. We looked at what the nexus would allow us to do, sort of an upper ceiling. But then also kind of came out, and we had different representatives from the industry on that task force as well, providing input, as well as affordable housing advocates and community members, council members, and that's how our current commercial linkage fees were developed. And so for the last couple of years, we've started collecting those fees. Again, there's a bit of a lag because they're collected on issuance of building permits. They didn't kick in until, for about, until the ordinance was adopted. There was, sort of it takes some time, but we have started collecting money that goes into our affordable housing fund. And then when affordable housing developers approach the city, they approach us and they're saying, we want to do a project in the city and we think we need some city assistance. We can draw on those numbers to help make those projects happen. So that's just one thing we could look at. Is if there's an interest. I've heard some comments, but there might be an interest in revisiting that. But again, it's a body of work that we would have to take on, and all these things, we have to make sure we understand what our priorities are in terms of using our resources that we have to do different types of work. You asked me, you commented on the fact that at first it didn't seem like this number of units was possible, but maybe it is. And really, I think it's critical that we get a certified housing element. So we're basically going to have to find a way, and every community is going to have to find a way to show that somehow that number of units is possible. So that's our intent. And I will say one thing too: the state criteria generally allow you to count sites planned for higher density as potentially 100% affordable housing sites. You don't know, right? There's a site that supports the density that an affordable housing developer would normally want to see in their project, then that is a potential site for 100% affordable housing project. And you can do the math and say how many units you could get. And so we could submit fairly easily to the state saying, all of our high density parcels are going to be developed with 100% affordable housing projects, but obviously that's not realistic. And then if market rate projects come in through the annual reporting process, we'll have to show that we still have capacity, even if those sites are developed with market rate projects. So there's sort of a balancing act. But we fully intend to be able to meet the RHNA numbers. You mentioned sort of changes in the last year. So I assume like COVID pandemic related, people are now telecommuting. There has been conversation around that from various, you might call it advocacy groups at the state. The state's answer so far has been no. We're gonna really continue down the road we've set of these more ambitious housing targets, allocations for every jurisdiction, because we think this is a long-term issue. We're not going to assume that the way things look today is an indicator of what it will look like tomorrow. But there are certainly groups out there that are lobbying the state to reconsider based on changes in behavior that we've observed in the last year. But they have not, so far, our process appears that it will continue to be that the RENA numbers are going to be in the neighborhood of what we just showed to you. Micro units are small units, apartments that might be a few hundred square feet, 500-600 square feet. It's not something that we require, but in some cases developers propose them. And recognizing that there's a demand for, there may be a demand for those, and it works from their market model. And those might just not by requirement of the city, but just naturally have rents that fall into the more affordable categories. So that can be something that's important to try to, if we have data to support that a certain percentage of our new development in certain densities is likely to be in that category, again, we might be able to count some of those, justify counting some of those as affordable units, expect them to be. And then you mentioned the different, San Jose. What's going on in San Jose? And I don't claim to be an expert on San Jose, but I know that San Jose has played around a little bit with different fees in some cases, sort of the downtown development. They've done various incentives to try to encourage high-rise development over the years. And sometimes they look at reducing affordability requirements as part of that to sort of, when the developers come in and say, this is what the difference between feasibility and infeasibility is the affordability requirement. So we have, San Jose in some cases has reduced their affordability requirements to try to promote overall housing production, particularly in type 1 construction in their downtown. Setbacks and densities, these things can, reduce the amount of housing that's produced on a particular site. If you have setback requirements, step back requirements like we've been talking about, El Camino Real, all those can kind of reduce the total number of units that we get in the yield, and all that can play into our feasibility analysis. But there are also important things to have, right, from a livability standpoint and neighborhood compatibility standpoint, and those are things we take very seriously too. So it's all part of the mix, and we work with those and just understand what those what the implications of those kinds of requirements will be when we do our analysis. And then you did mention the different construction types, 1, 3, and 5. I summarized. I'm sorry, can you reiterate what the question was around that?
It was part about what are the height realities with our setback requirements. It was a combination question of that.
Yeah, so under the building code, there are height limits for each construction type. So normally for like pure wood frame, 4 stories is the normal height limit. Your single family house, your townhouses all fall in this category. Sometimes apartment buildings as well are built up to 4 stories in height in pure wood frame construction. And then type 3 allow a couple of stories of concrete podium with wood frame above. So you might see a 7-story building. There's some below grade possibility there. You might get an 8th level with 1 below grade. But it's typically like 5 to 7 stories is going to be a type 3. And then with type 1, there's, it can be much more open. I'd say that I'd mentioned that commercial development is almost always type 1, even, in any type of height, but if you're building an office building. But for residential, developer to make type 1 feasible, it's probably looking for at least, a dozen stories, but more typically, 18, 20, 20 some stories. So, you might roughly think about 10 feet per story, 200 feet, somewhere in that neighborhood for those. And then lastly, form-based code. Form-based code, how does it fit into this? I talked a little bit about objective design standards. So a form-based code can take the place of a discretionary design process, where a form-based code sort of codifies design standards in a hardwired sort of way. So, a form-based code might say that no more, a minimum of 40% of a facade must be, transparent glass or something like that. And then you can do the math. It's something where they're objective in that regard, and you really, the city's review process kind of becomes a question, a checking the box kind of process. The challenges around form-based codes are that there are a lot of work to develop. A lot of thought has to go into it, because once you've kind of set those rules in place and something comes in that meets them but doesn't meet the intent at all, you're kind of out of luck, right? So you really have to make sure that when you develop a form-based code, that it really works. It's really what you want it to do. But I say that, that we tend to talk about like form-based codes and conventional codes, but even conventional codes have form elements in them. A height limitation, the setback requirement. Those are really basic form elements that you'll find in a standard zoning code. And you can start adding more criteria into that, like a step back requirement that we've been talking about. So, there's a way to sort of work towards establishing, sort of a floor of what are our objective design standards that we want to make sure are codified. And we're trying to do that increasingly. We still are able for most projects that go through, a somewhat discretionary review process with the city. I mean, we're continuing to do that. But we anticipate every year, new legislation gets introduced at the state level, and we track that. Generally, things kind of get pulled back and reduced by the time they actually become laws. But it's always something to just to keep in mind. And there can be, I think, increasingly there will be benefit to the city to have more codified design standards.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, next we have Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrew, for the detailed report. And first of all, I think, did you happen to go through the letter we got today from David Vieira?
No, I have not seen that.
Okay. So he raised some very valid questions and needs some answers. So when you get a chance, please go through that. And if you can please get back to him, that would be great. And he had very valid, some of the concerns is why we are building so much on El Camino Real with all the realities of single family adjoining, and why convert existing residential units to a data center. But go through that letter and maybe you can respond to that on this context, basically. Okay, so coming back to our discussion, I agree with Councilmember Hardy, like post-COVID impacts to all the planning. I think even if state is not taking that into consideration in our feasibility studies to our consultants, I think we should be pointing out what can be the impact of the COVID ongoing down the line, like remote working. Those things can be good for our internal planning for the city. That would be one suggestion I would have. I know some of my questions, comments were already been discussed, but I will say it briefly. Looking at slide 8, I did find that our affordable units we produced is very low, and that gives, and our RENA numbers are almost 60% have to be affordable. And that's give me give me a chance to say we really need to work on our affordable housing ordinance, what changes we can make on that. And that should be very priority, like what can we do to meet our numbers of affordable housing. And affordable housing ordinance can be one piece which can help us out on that. And when we are talking about affordable housing ordinance, I'm looking at some of the elements for on screen 8, your PowerPoint slide number 18 and 19. Looking at Mountain View, like they have been able to do 25% affordable, and that too with within that I think 5%, 5%, almost more than 5% probably with a low income condition. So we should be looking into that. Like if Mountain View can do it, we should be able to do it too. Like if a developer comes and they say it's not feasible, we should not buy into it, because Palo Alto has done it. Palo Alto has 20% affordable, and within that they have a very low income and low income. Both the brackets, I think 5% or something, I can't make out, but at least 5% each of those. So we should be looking that factor, like how we can do it. And I would be very interested in the feasibility study on this context you ordered basically in 2021. So I would be interested in looking at what does that feasibility study bring, and how we can modify these things. Okay, my next is Palo Alto. Focus area El Camino. I do agree. Like I know we have put in like 16,000 units over there, but we know something is in plan in the north side. Kylie, I know you already mentioned that they are not with us right now, but from planning purposes, like we should be taking those things into consideration. And one of the reasons I'm saying that is because 16,000 units on El Camino, to me, it's a very high number, especially when we are adjoining single family houses and we are thinking of 2 or 3 or 4-story houses next to that. I think we should be looking at from that perspective, how we can reduce the number on El Camino specific plan and take into consideration our other housing needs on the other side. So those are my comments basically. Yeah. And our RENA numbers are saying that we more than 60% have to be affordable. So I would say we have to be very concentrated how we can increase the affordable component of our housing, whatever way we can do it. And one question I had, can you elaborate, like you mentioned that ADUs can be counted as an affordable, like would we be putting any conditions on residents who build ADUs, how we can consider them to be affordable? That's my question on the ADUs.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chal. First, I'd like to just make a quick clarification that the 16,000 unit really is the capacity for all the specific plans and precise plans that we're working on, not just El Camino Real. So that includes Patrick Henry, Tasman East potential addition, the downtown as well. So just want to clarify that. So specific to your question about ADUs. So again, state law doesn't require that when you do your analysis and show the capacity that you have, that those units necessarily be legally restricted to being affordable, right? So if we can bring forth data, and there's some the housing collaborative that city, we're funding part in a small part, we're participating in that, hired a consultant, and there's also some grant money in that to do a number of things. And one of the things the consultant is doing is gathering data from the county to kind of show what the typical rents are for ADUs, so that we can then tie that back to the county's affordability levels. And based on that data and our own data about how many units we've been issuing permits for in a typical year, we can say that in our next 8-year cycle, we expect a certain number of ADUs to be built, and of those, some percentage will be very low or low income will qualify, because they'll based on market data, they rent at the levels that qualify. So that's part of our analysis that we'll be doing over the next 2 years, and what we'll be submitting to the state. It's even possible, in like a new apartment building, and like we talked about micro units, if they come online, and we expect a certain percentage of our new apartment buildings to be micro units, they might qualify as well. So we can do that in our projections that we provide to the state as part of how we get our housing element qualified. And the state reviews all that, and they may disagree, and then we might have more work to do. to get our housing element qualified. But we're backing, we're going to be diligent in how we go about it and back it with data. I just want to mention a couple of other things quickly, if I may. And one is that, we did have conversations with our consultant and kind of the focus group developer about changes related to, COVID and how and I've been in other meetings as well where, what's the future going to look like? I think a lot of office developers at this point are still anticipating that there will be demand, post-COVID. People will want to go back into the office space. Yes, there will be telecommuting. There might be fewer, one person might get more square foot per capita in office buildings. So the overall demand for office might not be that different. But then, we certainly could see greater degrees of telecommuting. I know some housing developers are looking at, including more home office type space in their housing floor plans. So, that's being thought about. But it is sort of my point earlier is too that, at this point, the state is telling us, no, we're not going to change your RENA numbers. You'll still have to meet what's been put forward. And then we understand too, it's helpful to look at other cities, but we also, the rents in like Mountain View and Palo Alto can be quite a bit higher than they are in Santa Clara, and all that plays into the feasibility of development as well. Land costs can be higher, but construction costs don't change that much between jurisdictions. So that's all part of the analysis that we've done.
Okay, so thank you for that clarification on 16,000. Yeah, it is around 6,000 for El Camino and rest of the being due. I think I misspoke on that. I want to stand corrected on that.
Well, I thought maybe my slide wasn't very clear. So
no,
right there.
I also got mixed up, right? So question on ADUs part of it. So we, as per your analysis, we will not be mandating those ADUs to be sort of affordable. We will not impose that condition. They are just statistically, they will fall into that bracket. Is that correct statement?
Right, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And do we have any, you mentioned about grants and other grant program. So do we have anything in place like the people, residents who want to build ADUs and we give them grant from different sources, and then it can impose that condition, oh, we can give you grant to build the ADU, but we will have to bring it to the affordable level. Is that, are we looking at something like that?
Well, the answer is we started to look at a program specifically partnering with the schools and being able to access funding for the help with the construction of an ADU, where then the owner would agree to enter into a requirement with that the unit be at a certain level of income. And just frankly, the staff working on that, and the same staff working on the emergency rental assistance program and other things that have kicked in the last year. So we kind of had to put that on hold while we went off and dealt with all the changes of the last year. So, it's something that when we have resources, we can pick up again. But right now, it's not something we're actively working on. But we had started some exploration around that topic.
Okay, that helps. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrew, for the report and the study session. So I'll try not to ask too many questions because this has been a long study session. So, but let's see, I've made a lot of notes to myself throughout this presentation. Regarding the housing element that we are currently in for 2015 to 2022. So we have, based on the numbers, we have exceeded the RENA target for this particular phase. Is that correct?
We've exceeded the overall number, and we've exceeded our above market number, but we have not exceeded the moderate, low, or very low numbers.
Right. Okay. And so is the AgriHood project in those numbers? Where did that fall in?
No, we've not yet issued building permits for the AgriHood project.
Okay.
So, we're getting close.
Yeah.
And so they probably will fall in, that project will most likely fall in our current housing element.
Okay.
The cutoff is July of 2022, July
Yeah.
1st, or June 30th, excuse me, June 30th. So after that, we can start counting things towards our next housing element.
Okay. Okay, good. It probably won't help meet our arena target for at the low number, but it'll help for sure. Get closer to it. Let me see. So the arena, you mentioned that the current housing element for the cycle 6, it has not been adopted. Did I hear that correctly?
You're right. So we're in housing cycle number 5, and housing
Right.
cycle 6 is what we're working to prepare. So we have a lot of work ahead of us yet, and we submit that to the state in 2022, and then hopefully it's adopted in 2023.
Okay, so 2023. Now, I know we've talked about some parts of the state where folks are, concerned about the RHNA numbers. Do you think that they're concerned that they're too high? Do you think that if any of those conversations might impact the RHNA numbers being adopted by 2023? How?
I think that's a little bit, I mean, that's a political process ultimately. So
Yeah.
But based on prior arena cycles, we wouldn't expect much change at this point. Really, it can be very difficult to get ABAG to make changes or the state once those numbers are out in the prior cycle. So unless this one turns out to be very different, I wouldn't expect much change.
Okay, good. And actually, I think our units came down a little bit based on the original initial, right?
Towards so yeah, sort of tracked over. They began in 2019, and it's different formulas, and the ABAG put out. They had some interactive tools and so forth. And our numbers are moved around a little bit. But towards the end of the process, particularly our very low units were reduced for Santa Clara. And I think, don't want to read too much into that, but they whatever formulas they use, something out of Berkeley is sort of an equity index that was developed at UC Berkeley. Santa Clara did well. We came across as being a more equitable community, and as a result of that, some of our allocation was reduced in the lower end towards the end of the process. So we were over 12,000 at one point, I think in November, and then as it got to January, the number came down to the 11,600. There were early scenarios where we were down around 9 or 10, but that was like very early in the process, and then collectively the ABAG region decided to really focus things in Santa Clara County, and our numbers went up as well as the rest of the county as a result.
Yeah, I can understand that since so many jobs are in this area, so that makes sense. So regarding policy, it sounds like one of the things that we need to work on as a city is maybe creating more policy. And it's probably too late for it in this cycle, but maybe moving forward, would that help in terms of, achieving these goals of more affordable housing?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that.
Oh, no worries. So I know, so we're coming towards the end of cycle 5, and so it's probably too late to make some kind of policy as a city, or look into make some policy decisions as to what might help us with our affordable housing element.
Yeah, I mean, I think our focus really now will be on cycle 6. And I think that's where we need to concentrate our efforts, and certainly we'll be talking about policy to go into that. What to do to help get us to a point where we can get our next housing element adopted. But really, what we're going to see actually produced and reported in the next 2 years of our current element is probably projects that are already well into the pipeline.
Yeah.
And so, policy changes tend to affect development further out than that. In showing that data of the first 6 years of our current element, I was hoping that you would see that, there's an upward trend as a
Yes.
result of the work that we've done in the last 4 years. And there was kind of a period there where not much was happening, and we really stepped up our efforts. And so, I expect the next 2 years to be fairly good for our current housing element. But the work that we're doing now is really more focused on the next housing element.
Great. Yeah. Okay, good. And then regarding the ADUs, do property owners, do they report the rent that they charge for the ADUs? Did they report it to the city, or how do we find out, or
No.
that included as part of affordable housing?
No, so really, we're doing a survey, our consultants doing a survey really, where they're just contacting people, they're collecting data on who's pulled permits for ADUs, and they're just doing, some sort of scientific survey on with property owners to understand what those rents are. And then we'll use that data. And we're not, the state law, there are, like I said, there's very specific criteria. There are allowances for things like that where, we're not expected to necessarily, track what rents people are charging over, time and so forth.
Okay, great. I didn't know if maybe there was a reportable request in that respect. So thank you for that. I was listening to a webinar recently with some developers, and one thing that several of them were talking about, the CBRE was part of it, and a couple of others, and they were talking about how there is still a need for office space. And so I was happy actually to hear that, and because they were saying people still want to socialize. And so, as we move forward out of COVID, and, whether or not people are working in a hybrid model, it was still good to know that people want to get out of the house and work. And so there will be definitely a need for housing. Let me see, I'm just gonna go through my rest of my notes here. I think that's all I have, Andrew. So thank you again for the report moving forward.
Okay, thank you. So I don't see any more council hands, so we're gonna go, we have a couple public members that would like to speak. So with their hands up, the first one is Guest.
Hi, Andrew's chart shows exactly what the community has been screaming about for the last 8-10 years. There is not a housing shortage. There is a shortage of affordable housing. And with him saying Santa Clara did well, or they're in an upward trend, what in the hell is he smoking?
Excuse me,
please. With an AMI, excuse me, it's my minutes. With an AMI of $99,000 for a single household, most seniors and current young people make nowhere near that, and probably fall in the extremely low or very low housing categories. And Santa Clara has been horrible in delivering that. So we are not delivering the right housing for our community. So to say we're doing good and patting himself on the back, he needs to be fired. So I propose the council do, excuse me, it's my nickel.
I would like you to, instead of attacking our staff, just focus your comments to the mayor, please. Thank you.
And I reclaim my time.
You
so
can.
They
I just would like you to focus here, please. Thank you.
Fine. Then have him stop tooting his own horn, using it as a spittoon. For our community, there should be heads rolling, and people need to be held accountable in meeting objectives and have these be their job objectives. What is the plan to protect existing neighborhoods and the existing residents? Adding 16,000 housing units to El Camino, which is what he did say, is totally irresponsible. And lying to our state projection to say that all projects will be 100% affordable is lying and deceptive. And anyone says that, and I won't say Andrew again, shame on anyone who says that. They should be reprimanded and even fired for doing that. I think it's appalling that that is being allowed, that is even being entertained, that you're going to allow people to be openly deceptive.
Thank
So
you. I
how
now
are you going to
extra
meet
time.
the court?
Thank you very much.
Excuse me.
Next, we have Wesley. Go ahead, Wesley. Go ahead, Wesley. Oh, there
Okay,
you go.
yes. I
Yes.
have
Go ahead.
having worked with the homeless, I have a very, I'm concerned about lower income housing and the quality of the living, the buildings that you're making. I'm talking about specifically about those small single dwelling units. What I do know now that the smaller single dwelling units do not have bathrooms built in. They have to walk outside of the building to use the bathroom, and they're clustered together. I would hope that you take a look at those small single dwelling units and ensure that they have bathroom and shower facilities within those small units rather than people having to walk outside. It's very difficult for the disabled and the elderly who are, particularly our elderly who may have lost their housing and move into that, or homeless people who are coming up from shelters to go to those places. I would ask that you take a look at the quality of those productions and ensure that they have built-in facilities for bathroom and showers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dennis, go ahead, Dennis.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. Dennis Martin speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. It was very concerning to see that the Affordable Housing Ordinance was on the table for possible amendments, also known as fee increases on market rate ownership and rental housing. There is no requirement that the city change anything in the ordinance to adopt the housing element. And there is no need to change anything. After all, the city's Affordable Housing Ordinance was adopted by the council just 3.5 years ago, after the investment of considerable time, study, expense to craft an acceptable compromise for all parties. The city conducted a thorough task force effort, and the ordinance only became fully effective just 2.5 years ago. So the Affordable Housing Ordinance needs to be left alone to do its job, and we urge the council to maintain the status quo. You know, let's acknowledge that 2020 has been a year of upheaval in the South Bay housing market with unprecedented rent declines, including in Santa Clara. Year-over-year rents for one-bedroom units have declined 29% in Santa Clara, 32% in Sunnyvale, 18% in San Jose, and a downward trend throughout the Bay Area. This is not the right time to threaten housing development by layering on additional affordable housing fees. If the city is intent on amending the Affordable Housing Ordinance, then BIA believes that market rate housing is already paying its fair share. Other options need to be on the table to fund affordable housing, including business taxes, commercial linkage fees, new voter-approved property and sales taxes, and new bond measures, all devoted to funding affordable housing. The city's affordable housing fees are very comparable with neighboring cities, some a little higher, some a little lower. The city engaged in a very thorough, inclusive process to devise this ordinance, just 3 years old and effective just 2 years ago. BIA recommends and urges that the City Council make no changes to the current ordinance or fee structure. It would be very concerning if the city views the housing element process as an opportunity to raise fees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Michael, go ahead, Michael.
Hi, can you hear this?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Michael.
Oh, wonderful. Michael Tsai, South Bay Yimby. I've appeared before this council before. I do just want to say, you know, I used to work in Santa Clara and I used to live in Santa Clara before I got priced out. And overall that the housing situation for, especially for the younger generation, has been and continues to remain tough. A lot of my generation are rent burdened, and we're looking at a situation where we might never be able to afford a home. And when we have to live outside of the city that we work in, it creates a commute and it's bad for the environment. So for these and many other reasons, I believe the general direction should just be to get more housing online that's reasonably affordable. And the younger generations are being hit hard by this. You talk about, or the previous speaker mentioned rent declines. Well, that may be true, but at the same time, you have to consider that incomes and employment are hurting as well as a result of the pandemic. So housing is something that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have Sal. Go ahead, Sal.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, Sal. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. Apologize. Thank you, Mayor. Mention a couple of things. I heard
Sal, you're going in and out. Sal, can you start all over again?
Yes. Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I was just stating that I did hear Andrew very clearly stated that 16,000 units are citywide, not just on the El Camino, it's the entire city. But I do ask a question, how much of that 16,000 units is dependent upon type 1 construction in this master planning process? Because type 1 is still considered very much not feasible in Santa Clara because of fee structures and cost of construction, unlike downtown San Jose, where there's significant breaks for that type of construction, just as a note. In looking at the projections of the number of units that are looking to be built between 2015 and 2021, we built 4,822 units. If we extrapolate that to an 8-year cycle, that would be 6,430 units at the same rate of construction that's being done today. The state is asking for 11,632, which at the current rate of construction would take 14 years to accomplish, not 8. So that is definitely just pure mathematically speaking, based on how long it takes to get an approval, how long it takes to construct, et cetera. It's looking at a 14-year projection unless something is done to increase densities, looking at type 3 construction, which is 5 stories over podium or 6 stories over podium. And there's very intelligent ways in form-based design and code on how you can step it down. In San Jose, in the West San Carlos area, we're designing a project where it steps down towards the single family residential to a very moderate height so that there is a very good interface and you don't have a straight up, tall building directly up adjacent to single family residential homes. So I think there's room for dialogue. I would love to be part of it as long as, along with other developers and architects. The rents in our area are not nearly as high as Mountain View and Palo Alto. They're around $7,000 for a 2-bedroom unit, which is crazy. So that's why the affordability level in our area at the 15% is reasonable and doable. But above that, I think it will not be feasible, even though it is desperately needed. So I would just say, do what you can to please allow projects to move forward in an expeditious fashion as we are trying to build ourselves in downtown Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak that hasn't spoken yet?
Madam Mayor, I have 2 requests. I have an e-comment to read into the record as well as a public comment that came in through an email.
Okay, go ahead, read those and we'll go back to the council then.
Okay, first one. My name is David Vieira and my family and I own property located at 2050 Lafayette Street in Santa Clara. Our family also owns several contiguous parcels surrounding 2050 Lafayette Street, which total approximately 5 acres. My family has owned property here and elsewhere in Santa Clara for generations. Prior to their current uses, our properties were part of our family ranch. After the ranch, housing is the original use of these properties. We are not trying to force a residential use into an existing industrial area. To the contrary, we're trying to preserve, intensify, and protect long-term housing for extinction from industrial redevelopment. As you begin the process of updating the housing element of the general plan, I believe that it is time to take steps to change what appears to be a serious oversight in excluding our properties, neighborhood, and other properties like ours for consideration in this housing element update. I have questions that I wish to have considered as part of the housing element update discussion. Housing of all levels is clearly critically needed in Santa Clara, and this was shown in the most recent RENA findings. Why isn't staff looking into long-time residential use, conforming and legal non-conforming parcels in low-impact locations in the city to preserve, intensify much-needed housing? Wouldn't taking a closer look at preserving existing legal non-conforming use housing help address the challenges staff believes are presented by recent changes to state housing element law via measures such as SB 166, AB 1397, AB 686, AB 725, and SB 330? How difficult would it be for the city to look into at least considering additional specific plans for existing clusters of long-time legal non-conforming use residential properties to preserve, improve, and potentially intensify much needed housing? What was the criteria you?
Can I stop you, Nora? Are
Sure.
you reading this whole 3-page?
No, it's, there were just these bullets. I've got
All right,
three.
go ahead.
Okay. What was the criteria used to select the participants in the March 16, 2021 citywide affordable housing ordinance stakeholder outreach meeting? Was the public invited to be a part of this outreach? As a provider of 40 long-time unsubsidized low-income housing units for the city of Santa Clara and an experienced commercial real estate professional, I would have appreciated at least the notification of this meeting and been given an opportunity to provide feedback. The Housing Element Update Report claims that long-range planning efforts like the El Camino Specific Plan and others will collectively address the city's RENA obligation. How can the El Camino Specific Plan be realistically counted on to provide impactful future housing when even this report and the memorandum dated March 16, 2021 from EPS Inc. indicates that there are numerous challenges such as the height of new construction along El Camino, questionable density that will be needed to make the projects economically feasible because of the physical limitations of sites along El Camino Real, costly structured parking and political pushback from a contiguous single-family residences objecting to the massing of the housing proposed along El Camino Real and the impact that it will have on those neighborhoods. I have 3 more bullets. Would you like me to finish this?
This is the 3, you're reading the entire 3-page.
No, it wasn't the entire, it was just these
I'm
questions.
following along with you, so go ahead, you might as well finish it now. You've gotten almost through 3 more bullets, right? And then the close.
Yes.
Go ahead.
This report appears to utilize the same methodology used in general plan and housing element updates for years with seemingly no interest in considering alternative options or thinking outside the box and looking for solutions to the city's clear need to provide all levels of housing. The report claims to have a target date of fall 2022 for adoption of this housing element update. Is it still possible for this report and the update to be modified to reconsider other alternatives and include properties that could preserve and create much needed housing for the city? Does the city really want long-time existing housing to be scraped and residents displaced for another data center, industrial building, or other non-residential use considering our current housing crisis? Why not look to preserve and improve housing that has peacefully existed and served an important function for the city over decades? End of comment.
Thank you. That is the letter that Vice Mayor Chahal was referencing that he wanted Andrew to take a look at. So just for the record, that's what he was referencing. Okay, go ahead. Next comment.
E-comment from Susan Hinton says, long-term homeowners want stability in return for 30 years mortgages while developers want as much cash as they can acquire and city council want expanding tax bases. These things do not go together. Might I suggest a regional housing trust fund based on the wildly successful open space trust fund organizations? And frankly, finding spots for creating great high density multi-income communities that will not cause later environmental headaches may put them away from currently targeted locales. End of comment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrew, sorry, 2 things. Measure A has been a great source of funding for affordable housing. And I know that when we lost the redevelopment agency, that we lost, the city lost a big source of funding for affordable housing, like senior housing, affordable housing. And I know there's been talk about redevelopment some legislators have been looking at bringing back like some form of the redevelopment agency. Do you have any updates, or have you heard anything that might help us, going forward in terms of being able to access more monies to build affordable housing? Since I'm hearing there's a big concern on that particular type of housing, and understandably.
Yeah, so as you just mentioned, council member, the city did make good use of redevelopment dollars in the past to support affordable housing projects, and that resource was taken away from us. We do have some continuing revenue from loans that were issued in the past that come in, but what we've done locally is our affordable housing ordinance and linkage fees to create some revenue that we are able to put into the projects. And then, as you also mentioned, Measure A at the county level. And so we're sort of advocates for affordable housing developers. We go along with them to the county to sort of work together to get county monies into projects here in Santa Clara, because they do have a lot more resources than we're able to get now. So that's the sort of the current situation. There have been proposals at the state level to look at some kind of new measure that would create something along the lines of redevelopment to generate money at the local level. But I have not seen any of those going forward very successfully to date. So we will continue to monitor what's happening at the state level, but nothing there has progressed that far yet. There's been some hope around some measures, but I don't think anything has been successful in that regard. So we'll continue to monitor the situation there.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, Andrew, I think we had talked about policies that we might need to get to our arena numbers, because I don't want to lose local control and allow developers to just come in and get construction by right. So one of the problems that I see is the inability to stack density bonuses. So if a developer is already near transit, they get a density bonus, but they can't add more affordable to that. So if we allowed stacking of density bonuses, we could actually add the affordability to that. And then we should really look at reducing our parking ratios, because unfortunately a parking spot costs $40,000, and that gets tacked on to rents, or it gets tacked on to the cost of purchasing the housing. 38% of people aged 18 to 34 are living at home with their parents, according to Joint Venture Silicon Valley. And I don't believe they want to live at home. I believe they'd much prefer to be in their own independent apartment. And that's where I think micro units come into play. You could have a 500 square foot unit that does have a shower, it does have a bathroom, and it would be a starter place for some of those younger people. So I believe that somehow the city needs to, whether either through a form-based code, incentivize micro units. And then the other thing that I see as a problem is that right now our parks impact fee is applied per unit. So the same parks impact fee is applied for a studio apartment as it is for a 3-bedroom apartment, which doesn't have the same number of people that impact our parks. So I believe a fairer system that would not burden the lower income people would be to charge an parks impact fee per bedroom. And those are kinds of the things. And then I'm going to reiterate, I like breaking the 15% affordable inclusionary into categories of very low income and low income. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members like to speak? Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would also like to emphasize that housing element go hand in hand with our affordable housing ordinance, basically, and we need to look into it. Several of our residents have spoken about it. and some good suggestions from Councilmember Serge Jane about it. If we give density bonus, then we have to piggyback them with the affordable component on those. So I think we need to look at the affordable housing ordinance side by side to make sure we have affordable housing within the city of Santa Clara. Thanks. As per the requirement.
Okay, thank you. Any other council member? Okay, so I just want to say that, you know, I can see the numbers that we need in terms of our affordable housing. And I just want to remind people that when the redevelopment agency was dissolved, our council asked at the time for developers, as they came forward with their projects, if they would give us a voluntary 10% affordable housing arrangement on their projects. And for the most part, we were able to get most of the developers to volunteer the 10%, which was pretty unheard of in all these other communities to get any volunteer type of set-asides. And I think some projects we have, I think at least one of our all affordable housing projects in Tasman East was funded by the set-asides. I think, wasn't it Andrew from Santa Clara Square? The Irvine funds, the 200 units that they had to build or somewhere around there.
Yeah, it was about 180 units and it was funded by Irvine. So they partnered with St. Anton Development to produce that project in Tasman East.
Yeah, and at one time, I don't know if
no city subsidy involved.
Wasn't it the largest affordable housing project in the state of California?
I wouldn't say that, but it's one of the largest in the county for sure.
Well, we know it's in the county, but I think at one point it was, that's what St. Anton was advertising. Anyways, my point is that we've always tried to do our best, even when redevelopment was dissolved, and our affordable housing ordinance now was created and crafted with input from everybody, the community, the developers, housing advocates, you know, everyone. And that's why it took so long. It was a long process. So I would imagine changing it, if that's what the council wants to do, and doing that, we're going to have to go through a similar type process, because it's not something you just change overnight. It has a ripple effect. And I think that our goal is to try to get as much housing as possible in terms of, especially in terms of affordable housing, but you also have to listen and strike a balance with what the market is telling you, what the market tells us. So you can have in your, you know, your mind's ideas of what you're going to demand and what you're going to do. But we want to make sure that whatever this council comes up with, that it's something that is going to be workable so that we can actually get these units built. So I think that working with all aspects of the community, including the developers and housing advocates and the public, everybody has to weigh in on this, because it has to balance and it has to work. I looked at, you know, a lot of housing units that are, you know, that I know some council members are proposing, you know, higher density and these little tiny micro units, which I'm not 100%, I can't buy in on that yet, because I also want to look at quality of life for people that have to live in these type of units. But I think that, you know, housing, we need it, but it's not compatible in every neighborhood. And we have to realize where we can create this type of housing and where it's just going to be resisted completely by our community. One of the areas, and I know Mr. Vieira had a letter sent in, and Vice Mayor Chahal mentioned it as well, is, you know, we have some industrial areas that have residential development and they're, you know, legal non-conforming uses right now, which really, we could really look at, you know, putting some density there and other areas. So I think that it's, you know, it's important for us to be creative, but make sure that we're including everyone's opinion on what we do, especially when we're changing policy. I have a few more comments, but I see Councilmember Park, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I never thought I would hear the day when people said we need to put housing where we can, where it's supported. I've been saying this for many, many, many years. I call it my meat. I now call it my ice cream analogy, which is you don't put ice cream in the closet because that's where you have space. You have to put ice cream where it can be supported, and that means in the freezer. And if you don't have space in the freezer, maybe you need to reorganize the freezer or get another freezer. But simply putting housing where there's space is not a good thing to do. The other thing that we could do to make things better, again, we did have a member of the public talk about the quality of the units, which is the smaller the unit, the less amenities it tends to have. We need to look at who's living in those units. If the more affordable units are actually housed by housing older people or disabled people, those houses actually need to be better quality or have more amenities than a standard house. And simply making them the cheapest houses or the cheapest housing, most affordable housing is not the best standard. Also, just because you've got we got a lot of land that's not being used, but we've got to give the developers an idea of what they could put in so that we can get developers to propose compatible projects. And I know that in Sunnyvale, they have a couple of interesting zonings. They've got something called ITR, which is industrial to residential, which says this is industrial right now, but we would like to make this residential. If you have a residential project, please propose something here. So even though you see industrial, that's the way it's zoned today, we do give the developers an idea of what we'd like to see. And I would like to see more of those types of ideas, and think about where we put housing, not just have a focus on numbers themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think the next step here, Director Crabtree, is to take the comments that the council has given you and tell us what the next step is after that.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So we very much appreciate the input from the council today, and it's going to help us as we move forward with our housing element update to know what things we should consider. And I don't have a specific date yet, but we will be back in front of the council at some point and providing more information and responding to some of these, or hopefully all these issues that have been raised today as we continue working on it. So we have a lot of technical analysis. We're going through potentially bring on a consultant and so forth to help with this effort, but we'll definitely be checking with the council later this year.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe, you have a final comment?
No, just a motion to note and file as per the.
It's a study session. I don't think we note and file.
Oh, I looked at the memo. It said note and file.
We note and file study session? Okay.
This recommendation, note and file report.
Okay. Note and file or study session. All right.
Second.
Second.
It did say that. That's why I was ready to do
Wow.
that too.
Okay. Well, I don't recall us ever note and filing a study session, but that's okay. There's always a first for everything. Motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to ask that we take a 10-minute break. We've been going for 5 hours, but the staff here, public, it's been 3 hours. So I'd like to give everyone a break down here. So it's 9 o'clock, 10 minutes after 9, please. Let's all come back. Thank you. You all, and welcome back. And we appreciate the break, especially down here at City Hall with our staff that's coordinating and help running the meeting. We appreciate the breaks. So our next item that we have pulled forward is item number 7, which is a report from the chair of the Downtown Community Task Force on the status of the work of the task force. And because my office is in the Franklin Mall in Santa Clara, and it's in the middle of this downtown specific plan and areas that the task force is working on, I will be recusing myself from any discussion, and I'm going to hand over the reins to run this item to our Vice Mayor Chahal. All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor, I would like to say something.
Go ahead, Council Member.
Yeah, there was a letter issued to the city requesting that I recuse myself of this, and I consulted with the city attorney, and I'll let him speak for what he determined, but I believe he said that I could listen in on this meeting. I didn't have to recuse.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Jane. We did look into the letter that was provided by Mr. O'Keefe, and we disagree with his statements about the fact that your house is within 1,000 feet. But it does appear that there may be some issue with the fact of your wife's income with respect to the fact that it comes from Santa Clara University, and the effect of any action by the council with respect to the downtown plan on Santa Clara University. And therefore, our advice to you was that you not participate in any discussion, and that you not participate in a decision about the downtown plan until after you've had a chance to check with the FVPC about whether or not you should be taking any action with respect to the downtown plan. So I guess out of an abundance of caution, we're advising that you simply not really participate in the discussion, but you can stay just as anyone else who is observing to hear the presentation by the task force.
If I may ask, City Attorney, I know this matter was earlier referred to FPPC, and FPPC sent us a letter, detailed letter. So yeah. Are we complying to that letter, what we are doing right now?
The letter only addressed the issue of the location of Mr. Jane's, Councilmember Jane's house with respect to 1,000 feet within the downtown plan. He did not seek, nor did we receive any advice from the FPPC on the fact that Councilmember Jane's spouse has income from Santa Clara University. And I took a brief look at the FPPC regulations, and that's not a question that was answered in the letter. And I do have concerns that the FPPC might have might be able to issue an advisory opinion about whether or not Councilmember Jane should be participating in any decisions about the downtown plan.
Okay. Okay. If we can please request FPPC for that clarification, that would be good for going forward.
We will seek formal advice from the FPPC.
Thank you very much.
On the facts in that letter, yeah. As well, whatever facts we can work with Councilmember Jane on getting those facts.
Okay, thank you. Okay, over to staff for item number 7.
Actually, I have a question.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember.
So I understand that we moved 7, we moved it up when we did the exceptions, but we are moving the 7 not just to the first public hearing general business item, but we're moving it before the consent item calendar and public input.
I believe that was the action of the council to have it following the study session.
Understood. Okay, because there are a lot of other people here as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker has his hand raised.
So going off of what Councilmember Park said, considering it's the late hour of 9:16, should we just open up public comment or do public presentations before we go into this? Because I hate to see the public continue to wait until after 9 o'clock at night. I didn't expect it to go this long.
So if it's up to the council, if you want to make a motion that we should hear the public comment.
I'll make a motion because the public should not be waiting until after 9 o'clock to speak tonight.
I'll
Okay,
second that.
okay. So Assistant City Manager, vote please.
Vice Mayor Shahal, may I ask the maker of the motion to clarify exactly what his motion is, please?
That we move to public presentations because the public should not be waiting until after 9 o'clock PM to speak.
Thank you.
We have to bring the mayor back, right?
Yes.
That's correct.
I will go grab her. Okay, she's rejoining.
Mayor, we have a motion on the floor to move to public presentation before hearing item number 7.
Boy, I was just having some dinner, so gee, thanks, guys.
Back to you, Mayor.
This is, I know, 9:30 at night. This was a request from the members of the public to move this up. So did you talk? I wasn't listening. Did you talk to anybody from the downtown task force people? You're just moving it up. Okay. All right. So motion to move public presentation. About
Mayor, I think you should see if there's anyone, Mayor, excuse me.
Yeah.
I just think you should ask the members of the public if there's any comments on the motion.
Right, because this is really unusual. Everybody voted for it and now they're not voting for it.
Can we
So
call the vote? Can we call the vote, please?
no, we have to go.
The public does have a right to speak on the motion.
Isn't that what this is all about? Okay, the public. All right, Michael, go ahead.
Hi, is the audio working?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Yes, I will say it is almost 9:20 p.m. at most council meetings I go to in other cities. Usually public comment is heard well before this, and I do believe there's a lot of the public that has been waiting a long time, and I don't think it's right to keep them waiting any longer. So please, let's go to public comment now.
Thank you. You realize we're only on our first item on the agenda. All right, Mary, go ahead, Mary.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I would like to wait until I hear the presentation to make a comment. And this is regarding the reclaiming our downtown.
Right.
And I would like to wait and see what's being said. And before speaking, I don't want to just, what am I going to speak to? If there's no presentation.
I'm going to go ahead and explain what the council, what the motion on the floor is, Mary. The motion on the floor, first of all, it was moved to move the downtown item to right now, which is after the housing element item, to move the item there. Then the council decided they don't want to hear that now. They want to go to just plain public presentation, and those are items that are not on the agenda. So they want to not hear item 7 for the downtown and just go to regular public presentations.
On what's been said before?
And the public presentations are, anybody can speak on anything that is not on the agenda.
Okay, so I'll still be able to speak after.
It usually comes after the consent calendar.
Thank you. I get it.
Deferring your item until, is it after public presentations, guys? Is that what you want to do? Oh, okay. After public presentations, Mary, okay? So if you want to speak on the downtown item, you can just wait until it comes back.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Guest, go ahead, guest.
Please do the public presentations now. Thank you.
Thank you. Wesley, go ahead, Wesley.
You're muted, Wesley.
Okay, I'd like to make a comment on the anti-Asian hate campaign that
You
we're.
know, Wesley, why don't you wait till the public presentations? We're just voting whether to.
Okay.
Okay, so just, I'm sure that's. the
Yes,
reason.
I want public presentation. I've been sitting here for 5
Just
hours.
hold on, Wesley, okay? All right, Commissioner Casey, go ahead. Commissioner? Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead.
I guess I should wait until the vote is taken too, but I have a very quick question. When are we all coming back to the office, you know, the planning commission?
Oh, that's your public, yeah, just wait till we actually.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, so we're moving the public presentations now. So Assistant City Clerk vote, roll call vote.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. And that passes 5-2. I believe that we told the downtown people we'd hear them. So anyways, here we go. Public presentations. Wesley, go ahead. You're up, Wesley. Oh, you're muted.
I'd like to comment on the anti-Asian hate campaign organized by Kathy Watanabe. The fact that she denied Kevin Park to speak shows the irony and hypocrisy of her opposition to the CVRA suit that we made, breaking it up into 6 districts, which was systemic racism. I will not, and yet she holds a campaign and does not let an Asian person speak who is on the city council to make a comment. And I think that shows her true colors. It also shows that I would recommend that she be censured for the act that she made. That's it. That's all I need to say.
Thank you, Wesley. Nye, you're next. Go ahead. You're muted. There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Richard Kahn, the Executive Director of the Asian Law Alliance. I would like to commend Council Member Kathy Watanabe and Mayor Gilmore for organizing the Stop AAPI Hate Rally on March 31st. However, Kathy Watanabe's refusal to allow Councilmember Park's request to speak was wrong. Wrong because Kevin Park should not have been silenced given the recent tragic murders in Georgia of 6 Asian American women. Wrong because as the first Korean American elected to the city council, Kevin Park's voice would have added depth and meaning to the Stop AAPI hate rally. More than 70 organizations and individuals have joined a letter that 1, calls on Councilmember Watanabe to publicly apologize to Councilmember Park. 2, calls on the city council to censure Councilmember Watanabe for her refusal to allow Kevin Park to speak at the March 31st Stop AAPI hate rally. In the future, your AAPI council members, Raj Chahal, Sudge Jain, and Kevin Park must be included in the planning and implementation of activities that concern the AAPI community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michelle, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and members of the City Council.
My name is Michelle Liu, and I serve as CEO of the Health Trust. We believe that racism is a public health crisis. The Stop AAPI hate rally was a good idea. However, I was so disappointed to watch Councilmember Watanabe refuse to allow her Asian American council colleague to speak. Santa Clara is nearly 40% Asian, and allowing a fellow council member a minute or two to speak would have been the just and right thing to do. The after the fact explanation that there wasn't time at the rally for Councilmember Park to speak sounds disingenuous. A public apology and censure are in order. We need elected leaders who support Asian Americans and invite our voices into the conversation, not elected leaders who stifle Asian American voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Guest, go ahead.
I'd like to also reflect what several people have said. The insult that was handed to Councilmember Park was in very poor taste. And the apology was very backhanded also. It was not her event. It was Santa Clara's event. The insult to the young lady was to Santa Clarans who happened to live in a Santa Clara district. It's not her district. She was elected to represent that district. It's not hers, doesn't belong to her. And also, using the poor excuse of it was running late, you mean to tell me if a senator showed up, she would have also dished them too? Bad excuse. So I'd like to see her censored for what she did, a genuine apology if she really does apologize, not an empty one. And it wasn't her as an individual, it was her as a council person. She used her title everywhere. So let's be genuine and let's embrace everybody that's there. Stop with the dishing. Thanks.
Thank you. Vanessa, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. My name is V. Grijalva, and I'm here on behalf of the Latina Coalition of Silicon Valley. On March 31st at the Stop AAPI hate rally, Council Member Kathy Watanabe did not fulfill her duties as a community leader. When Council Member Kevin Park asked if he could speak, Watanabe said in front of the community no, and that it was her event. As a community leader, you are to uphold a different standard than just us regular citizens in the community. It is her job to lead and to set an example for those in the community that are watching. That was her opportunity to show her solidarity, not only to the API community, but to her fellow council member, which she failed to do. We ask that the council member Watanabe publicly apologize to not only council member Kevin Parks, but city council should censor her for her failure to allow Kevin Parks to speak at the rally as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, go ahead.
Me?
Yes,
Is it
go
my
ahead.
turn? Oh, thank you.
See you as commissioner, so
Now that I have a different question. Now that the state is going to open on June 15th, I'd like this council to define plans to reopen our city hall. I'd like to know if, as a planning commissioner, when I can meet in person with my fellow commissioners and hold public hearing in the council chamber again. And I'd like to know when all the departments that provide city services will be available for in-person meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try to get that answer. We want to be back too. Michael, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Michael Tai. I do serve on the Milpitas School Board, but I am here just as a personal capacity and as an Asian American. I recently did read the news about what happened at the rally in Santa Clara. And while we definitely need these sort of rallies, I was disappointed by what I read. The rally to stop Asian hate underscored more than ever the need for AAPI voices to be uplifted and centered in a time when they are being silenced and suppressed, though this may have underscored it in a different way than planned. And it shows what many AAPI leaders have been saying for years, that when we try to speak up, a lot of times we get marginalized as the political establishment attempts to put us in our place. Now, I want to say that I have never met Councilmember Park or conversed with him prior to this incident, but from what I read, the way he was treated at this rally was disappointing. The article said it was a snub against the first Korean American council member in Santa Clara. I want to say it was more than that. It was a snub to the AAPI community and leaders all over. Now, I was pleased to be a supporter of Councilmember Watanabe before, but unfortunately after this, it's caused me to question that a little. And I think an apology would be an appropriate and a commitment to right the wrongs that have been endured by the AAPI community. If someone is going to claim AAPI allyship, they should not be silencing AAPI voices. And I sincerely believe this council can and should do better in being real partners and allies to the AAPI community in this time of just widespread hatred. And there are some important conversations waiting to be had. You know, this isn't an attack against anyone, but a call for all of us to do better and move forward together to stop AAPI hate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other member of the public want to speak? Kurt, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to first start off by thanking the mayor and the city for their continued support for the Worker Cooperative Initiative. Thank you so much for your just your leadership in this area, especially in this county, and your voices are strong here. I'd also like to just point out, a few years ago, I donated a book to every council seat, and back then they were actually by the seat, but there's enough for everybody, called Getting to Yes. It's a great book. It's over 30 years old, and it talks about how to collaborate more effectively and how to create win-win solutions for the people you deal with, that it's not about, in order for you to win, someone else doesn't have to lose. Two people can win if you, quote, grow the pie rather than just take a piece of it. I also wanted to mention that I submitted a written petition. So hopefully in the next meeting or two, that'll get agendized. It's about kind of the responsibility to be face-to-face with your elected folks. So the people that elected you and the public can actually see the council members that they're being represented by, like we do in council chambers, even remotely. So having the ability to see people on Zoom, at least the majority of the time, and unless you're, taking care of personal business, but for the majority of the time being kind of equal people in the room, so to speak. And then lastly, and on a separate note, I wanted to comment on the rally last week. People who know Councilmember Watanabe know she would not deliberately or intentionally be disrespectful, hurtful, or exclusionary. And I just want to show support for her and of her character. Thank you very much for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, Kurt. Anyone else? Okay, I wanted to give Councilmember Watanabe a chance to address, if she would like to address the speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. I have unmuted myself. Thank you for the opportunity. I am going to just reread a statement that I made and shared with some of the media that had reached out to me. And I just want to say that on Monday, March 29th, I learned that an AAPI middle school student walking in my North Santa Clara neighborhood, which is District 1, had been the victim of a racial slur and pointed to by a woman walking with her children. As the council member who represents this district, I felt compelled to act. As the wife of a Chinese-Japanese husband and the mother of a child who is of mixed race, I was especially concerned about the impact on this student and other students in our community. I will also add that the week prior to that, I had listened to a student athlete panel in which my daughter participated in, consisting of AAPI students. And they talked about the frustrations, the impact that occurrences over the last month, year, and most recently, the deaths of 6 Asian women in Georgia had affected them. My daughter also participated. And as I listened to those students talk, along with the professor who moderated, I was really taken aback by how hard it was on college students. So when this event happened to this child, 12 years old, I was especially concerned knowing how hard I heard college students try to express how racism had impacted them and their lives. How was this affecting a 12-year-old? So I took action. I quickly organized a Stop Asian Hate rally to be held on Wednesday, March 31st from 4 to 5 p.m. at the Northside Library. This was not a city-sanctioned event. I will also say I have organized other events in my community in the past when issues have come about that have impacted my community, because I want my community to feel important. I want them to know that I care about them and that I'm listening to them. I obtained a city amplified sound permit and I paid $66 for it. I also contacted 11 officials and or their representatives, 7 of whom were AAPI. There was also Santa Clara Unified Superintendent Stella Kemp, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force members, and a church pastor from River of Life Christian Church to come and speak at the rally. To close the event, a singer also from River of Life was going to perform. The event was scheduled to end at 4:45 or 5 p.m. at the latest, as required by the permit. I prepared an email that was sent to the mayor and council on March 30th, inviting all of the council members to attend if their schedules permitted. Only council members Jane and Becker RSVP'd to attend. At the event, Councilmember Park approached me, asking to speak, just as the singer was preparing to perform. I could not allow him to do so as there was not sufficient time. If there had been, or if he had RSVP'd, I would have accommodated him. And actually there was sufficient time even during the event that he could have approached me or even the mayor or even the Honorable Teresa O'Neill to express his interest in speaking. There were many witnesses at the event who could attest to his request to speak just as the event was wrapping up. It's unfortunate that this event that highlighted how our community came together to support AAPI residents has become a controversy about Councilmember Park not speaking. There was no ill will on my part. I am sorry that I could not accommodate him. If possible, I would have done so, as he's an important member of the AAPI community and also as a leader in Santa Clara. And I would have made his participation would have truly made the event better. And as in closing, I would like to express my an apology to the Asian community for any hurt that they may feel by my action, and also to apologize to Councilmember Park because that was not my intent in the actions that I took that day. Thank you again, Mayor, for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm gonna just make some comments since I was there. And I do want to say, first of all, thank you, Councilmember Watanabe, for organizing such a wonderful event on very, very short notice. I know what you went through to try to put this all together. And it wasn't a city event. It wasn't a city sponsored event. So I just want to make that clear as well. I received a lot of very positive comments from the attendees at the event, that they felt listened to, heard, and we're very happy for the support that you had put together, especially with, you know, a lot of the speakers that you had there as well. I just also want to say that, you know, you represent our most diverse district in the city of Santa Clara. And you have been representing that district for over 4 years now. And you have put on a lot of events in District 1. Even before it was District 1, when you were originally elected by the entire city. And you've put on a lot of events. And everyone who knows you, and many, many people in your district and throughout the city, know that you would not do anything to hurt people or to not include people or to, you know, purposely do anything because of your character and who you are. You are very fair, and you are very inclusive of so many people. Anyone who knows you will know that you go out of your way to help people, especially in our most diverse district in the city. And you were just reelected in that district against insurmountable odds and tons and hundreds of thousands of dollars of money against you. But your district stood behind you because you very well represent them. I think it's really unfair in this situation, especially people that weren't, you know, there to be able to see the whole thing. Things were, you know, the fact that you denied Councilmember Park, it wasn't because of your ill will, it's because you were trying to stay on time as the organizer of the event. And I think that Councilmember Park, you know, also he, I'm glad that he did attend eventually. He did attend the event. And I don't think that you were, you know, expressing any ill will towards him. You were just looking, he was coming at the end of the event. I'm sure if I would have come up, or anybody else, no matter what you look like, would have come up, you would have said the same thing that you said to him. I think it's unfortunate now that it's turned this way, but I appreciate the comments that you made and the apology that you made, because I do think that there is enough hate and division in this world. And you started out trying to do a very good and honorable thing for the community, and to bring, you know, love and inclusion and everything, not hate. I just think it's, you know, it's unfair that you're judged this way, but that's, you know, the nature of it. And Councilmember Park did feel that he was, you know, being turned away. And so those feelings, I'm sure, are very real in this situation. And I think that, you know, I think it wasn't race or personality. It was just a situation. And I'm glad that you took responsibility in your statement. And, you know, I think that if you could do things differently, you would have let him speak. And I would ask Councilmember Park, would he do anything differently either? Would he have RSVP'd? Would he have asked to speak earlier? I don't know. But I think that, you know, we're at a time in this city that all this divisiveness is not helping our community, especially when the whole intent of it was to support that little girl who, you know, was verbally abused by a mother and her children. You know, and you know, I just think that we need to, you know, apologizing is really good, and it demonstrates, you know, your willingness to try to work together as a city council as opposed to dividing us all. So I just, you know, again, want to say that I know you don't have a mean bone in your body. You're always helping people, and people that know you know that, and they know your character. So I think that, you know, even our task force there, you know, you were one of the creators of the task force, and our task force spoke that, you know, they're going to continue on listening to the AAP IP community. and further, listening to our community and everything. So I think this was an unfortunate situation. You would have done things differently had it, had you be able to do all over again. And you've apologized to Councilmember Park and the Asian American Pacific Islander community. So I want to thank you for that. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. So I was also at the event. So I want to say a few words. And I understand the desire to help the young girl, the young Asian girl that was, abused. She's just a child. But what about the Asian man that was abused by a mother who acted like a child? So I was at the event. I arrived just before it started. I did RSVP, but I will admit that it was a maybe because I received the invitation just about 24 hours before the event. And I have a daughter in school and I had a community meeting right afterwards. So I said, I wasn't sure if I would be there or if it was online, if I could make an online appearance. But I showed up at the very beginning. And in fact, people who watched the entire video will know that both Mayor Gilmore and Councilmember Watanabe knew I was at the event at the very beginning. In fact, they introduced Council members Becker, Jane, and myself at the beginning of the rally. And when I asked to speak, I waited until all of the other guests spoke, even the ones that showed up unexpectedly after the event started, the ones that had, that people had to tell Kathy that these people were here, such as the Diversity Task Force. And I thought, well, if they can speak, then I had a few words that I was writing. So I was still writing them when I was at the event. So after they were done, Councilmember Watanabe was asking if she had missed anyone. And there were about 10 minutes left until the end of the hour. And it was at that time that I asked to say a few words. And again, for people who were there, or even people who weren't there that can watch the video, watch the entire video, you will see that this sequence of events is likely true. In fact, we have two other council members that were there. We have a lot of other people who were elected officials that were there who also spoke that could attest to the fact that I was there at the very beginning. And I waited until a lot of people who were not even planned, speakers spoke. And it was not that she did not let me speak as much as the way that she said it. I mean, even the apology, I heard the apology about apology for the event, about what happened to the Asian community. But to be honest, I didn't really hear an apology to me, right? And again, it wasn't that, oh, we don't have time. She didn't say that. She didn't say, well, we're trying to close up right now. The event is ending. She didn't say that. She said, no, sorry, no, this is my event. As if she owns any part of the Stop AAPI hate movement, right? And this is not the first time something like this has happened. In fact, people have asked me if I would turn on video, and I will turn on video because I am in City Hall right now, right? In fact, I'm sitting in the staff conference room because Kathy did not want to be in the same room as I was when I showed up in our council office.
I have to object because that is not true. We can't be in the same room together. We echo. So please don't say that, Kevin.
Okay, so
take that back. That is not true.
So she didn't say hello or respond to my greeting, just like she ignored me a month ago when I also came to City Hall to attend a city council meeting. I said hello, which she ignored. And I explicitly said goodbye when I decided to attend the meeting from my house. She didn't even turn her head. And you think, well, this is not what people think about when they think about Kathy. Well, to be honest, when Kathy said no to me, I think everyone who was there will attest to the fact that I did not expect to be given a chance to speak. Meaning I know Kathy well enough and I've had enough dealings with Kathy. People think I know Kathy since I've been on council or since she's been on council, and that's not the case. I've known Kathy since she supported Measure J and I was against it. I've known Kathy when we were both on the board of Santa Clara Sister Cities Association together. In fact, I would say that her board was one of the reasons that I left Santa Clara Sister Cities Association. In fact, I brought up a lot of issues. I didn't like the fact that we didn't have elections. She simply appointed the board for Santa Clara Sister Cities. I brought up the fact that we need to follow Brown Act because we take money from the city, and we had a sitting city council member as part of the executive board. And all of these things were ignored. And I think at some point, this pattern, this history of Councilmember Watanabe ignoring me or simply trying to shut me down because I am trying to do the right thing or I simply don't agree with her point of view, I think it's it's historic. It's not a single event. And again, the fact that the narrative, she's trying to change the narrative for something that people can easily verify doesn't make any sense. And the fact that Mayor Gilmore would be complicit in this changing of the narrative doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. In fact, I would really ask that people, again, I wasn't that upset. In fact, I didn't even know if anyone had heard what had happened. So I was ready to go home and go about my business because this was just another normal day. This was just another interaction, a typical interaction between Councilmember Watanabe and myself. And it wasn't until later that people told me, no, even if it's normal for you, it's not what should be normal for you. And it's not a good look for the Asian American community. And I think that these are the reasons why, even though my personal thought was, I'm bigger than that. I don't really need to speak at Kathy's rally, but I do feel that it's not me. I think that I think that people who are discriminated against need to have a seat at stopping Asian hate rallies. I have been to many events where Kathy has told me, I am basically Asian because I am married to an Asian. I remember in the 2016 election during the Santa Clara University forum, she complained that somebody had called her a Caucasian woman. And I didn't really understand why she complained about that. But maybe I was being more racist by treating her based on her appearances. But I commented at the time that I understood her pain because I can just imagine how I would feel if somebody called me a Caucasian woman. But one of the things I wanted to say at the event was, I'm Asian. My parents are Asian. They're both full-blooded Koreans from Korea. I was born in America. And to be honest, English is my first language. It's my primary language. And I thought I was Asian American. And it's on my blog. You can go to kevinpark.org and read what I wrote, because I actually did write it down. I spent time to think about something. But I'm going to tell you, I don't really understand the problems that Asians come up with, meaning their problems are much more complex than I can understand. And being an Asian, there is so much more than, having Asian parents or having an ethnicity that's Asian than, to understanding Asian hate and Asian discrimination and what Asians go through. And I'm going to say, I don't fully understand it. I have a better idea when I married my wife, who is Korean, came from Korea. And I have a daughter whose first language is Korean. And I know the problems that they have, but I don't know what their opinions are about all of these problems, because I think that they do what a lot of Asians here do, which is they hide them. They try to be strong. But I do know that every single time there is a bad day, I know about that. And I don't even understand exactly why that is. All I know is that when bad days happen, I need to be there and I need to try to understand, or I need to be there to comfort them, even if I don't understand. Because in a lot of ways, they can't even tell me what the problem is. And I'm very aware of that. And so when other people, including Mayor Gilmore, deigned to speak for me about how I felt and tell me that, well, I came late when she introduced me at the very beginning of the event, I feel like this, like she's shaking her head. And I think you need to watch the video. If someone who recorded the video, you need to watch the video. And I think that everyone will tell you, assembly members were there, former assembly members were there, and I greeted all of them. And I think that there was an acknowledgement that we were there. I think that Councilmember Becker and Councilmember Jane will attest to the fact that we were introduced at the very beginning of the event. And again, if people have any doubts, don't listen to what politicians say. Watch the video. Watch the video for yourself. And again, I want to say, the Asian American community, the AAPI community, in fact, all minority communities, we need to take the cause back. We need to make sure that it is not, Caucasian politicians that are speaking for us. I think that we need to find our own voice, and it needs to be the people that speak. And if anyone's going to sit in the background and give support, it's not the people, it's the politicians that do that. And again, I'm not trying to speak for the Asians who have felt discrimination because, fortunately or unfortunately, I've had a relatively good life. I went to, very nice schools. I've worked at really good places, and here I am on city council. And at this point, I feel if I don't take this opportunity to help the other people who are not as fortunate as I am, to give them a voice, then I have done a disservice, not just to myself, but to an entire movement. And here we have a city council person basically saying, this is my event, trying to gatekeep a national and in some cases a global movement for an Asian community that I think she does know about, but I question if she actually understands. Thank you.
Councilmember Park, I just want to clarify that I said you requested to speak late. I didn't say that you showed up late. In fact, it was me who introduced you. So I knew
That's
you.
Correct.
In fact, I was standing next to you, well, within 6 feet. I was standing next to you. So I have a question for you. In retrospect, I know that Councilmember Watanabe said she would do things differently and allow you to speak, especially if you, had expressed a desire to speak. Ahead of time, she would probably do things differently because, again, this is, taking away from a lot of issues. Can I ask you, in retrospect, would you have done anything different?
Knowing what I know now, I would have 100% done things differently. But at the same time, at the time when she is giving everyone who showed up, including people who showed up late, who actually showed up late, time to speak, I thought it was a no-brainer, an obvious thing that you've got 2 members of the city council who are minorities. Actually, you got 3 minorities, but two members of the AAPI community. I thought it was a no-brainer that we would get a chance to speak. And the only reason I went up is because it was obvious towards the end that this was not going to happen.
Yeah, I just want to say that we had you had also mentioned that the task force members showed up late and they were just put on the agenda, but they were already scheduled to speak. So that
may be true, but I do know because I greeted them when they showed up.
I was just clarifying so you know that they were actually part of the scheduled speakers, and there were like 11 or 12 speakers. It was, it was pretty packed, and at least 6 or 7 of them were Asian Americans that spoke. So that I just wanted to know if you would have done things differently, like Councilmember Watanabe said she would have. So thank you very much for your comment.
Short answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Becker.
So I was there at the event. I really appreciate that Councilmember Watanabe and also Mayor Gilmore invited me. But when Councilmember Watanabe denied Councilmember Park that opportunity and that long pause, it's disturbing. And the reason why I feel that's disturbing is because if it's not about hate or, race or anything like that, it must be about politics. Because I've noticed it, we all get treated the same way by, I think, Councilmember Watanabe. I've always been open arms, always been trying to be progressive. Yes, we have been, on different sides. But what I see in this is it feels like it's a consistent blame shifting. And I don't like that. I see this as an opportunity for Councilmember Watanabe to admit, I made a major mistake. I should have let Councilmember Park speak. It was his right, because it comes down to this. If it was an event that I was hosting, Councilmember Watanabe, you would never have to ask me to speak at an event. You are an elected official and you are my colleague. All of you are my colleagues, and you should not have to ask permission to speak at an event, especially an event for Stop Asian Hate. 2 rights doesn't mean you can do Councilmember Park wrong. I just think it's unfair the way you treated him. And it could be political. And if it's political, just admit it's political. But at the same time, give an apology that means something. because I frankly, I think it's discriminatory, and people tell me that, what you did was unreprehensible. And I just hope that we learn a lesson from this, and that, Councilmember Watanabe, my door is always open to communicate with you, as well as any other council member here. Because again, we're colleagues, and just because we disagree doesn't mean we could treat each other with disrespect. And when you treated Councilmember Park with disrespect, there was enough time for have him speak a few words. Because I think there's some other people there. I think at the very end you said, anybody else want to speak? Oh, Kansan Chu, come on up. That means Councilmember Park could have spoke. And time limits doesn't matter, because people were still there after 5 o'clock. So I just find that apology very weak, but I hope that we can rebuild this, and that you can move forward and give Councilmember Park a better apology. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker. And I feel like part of this is getting some of the facts on the table. Former Assemblymember Kansan Chu was on the list of speakers, so there wasn't anybody new that was added that wasn't on the list. I just want to make that clear for the record. And I appreciate your comments about everybody working together, because that's what I think we should do. So Councilmember Watanabe did apologize. I know maybe that is not enough for some people, but she did apologize to Councilmember Becker. I'm sorry, Councilmember Park. I just heard it. So anyways, Vice Mayor Chahal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I go back more than 2 years. Now, I usually did not ever talk about this thing in public, but looking at the behavior, what I noticed, what happened to Councilmember Park, that was very disingenuous. Like, if she would have said, Councilmember Park, we are running out of time, sorry, that's okay. I would have taken that thing to be a very genuine, or whatever the reason be. When we are telling somebody it's my event, and then you're snubbing somebody not to speak. So that by itself shows what were the reasons of not making sure Kevin Park can speak over there. And then making an apology and making an excuse the other way around. And the reason I'm telling you, when I ran for election 2018, I know the council was not in a very good working conditions. Like, there were so many divisions on the council. And I spoke to my wife, and she was not ready to let me go for the council election because of that major reason. And I told my wife and my family, I will never do anything like that on the dais. And I'm sorry I had to do it today. And this is not what happened to me today. To me, let me be very frank, Councilmember Kathy Watanabe has snubbed, has not returned my greetings, have not spoken to me multiple times. She would ignore my greetings even if I say those. And not only me, there's another council member on another council member with whom she did that. And this thing is a pattern. And I think other council members sitting on the council right now can attest to that, what happened to them. So, and I requested, let me be very frank, I did request Councilmember Watanabe for multiple times. I want to meet you. If you have any grudges against me or whatever, political differences are okay to have. But I wanted to have a better harmonious relationship within the council. And I have requested multiple times, let's sit together. If you have any differences, I'll be more than happy to talk to you. No reply. No, I did not hear anything. And the reason I'm speaking right now, because if we are trying to make an excuse that these were the reasons I did not let Mr. Park speak over there, I do not buy that. Like, it has happened to me multiple times. So I have seen Councilman Watanabe's behavior. I never wanted to go public, but I could not accept this thing when it happens to other people. And that's the reason I'm talking about. And I would hope if Councilmember Watanabe was really serious about apology, she should have called Councilmember Park right away after the event, sort of. And I'm not sure whether that happened or not. So we are here as a council, we are representing people. And as such, we all have to maintain some dignity and maintain some harmonious relationship between among us. And that's not what has happened with me in the last 2 years, more than 2 years while on the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
I have to second that I too have witnessed Councilmember Watanabe's reticence to be kind and cordial, especially to Vice Mayor Chahal. I watched it for over 2 years and it bothered me a lot. And he's been nothing but kind and gracious. And that's why I saw this as a pattern rather than a one-time event. And that's probably what has bothered me the most. Thank you.
Okay, any other council members or? I'm hearing what everybody is saying and I think that, you know, I know we all want to be able to get along and work together because we have to. And I think, you know, maybe getting this stuff out in the open because it sounds like, you know, it wasn't just that situation that has triggered this, that there were some longstanding ill feelings as well between council members. But I really think that, you know, both parties, both Councilmember Park and Councilmember Watanabe said they would do things differently if they could have. Councilmember Watanabe apologized. And I think it's time for us to work together and try on a positive approach as opposed to the negative, with lessons learned from, I think, everyone here. We're all learning lessons as we go along, and some are very tough lessons. Councilmember Park, did you have your hand is up?
Yes, because at some point I like to talk, so I take offense when people put words in my mouth. Yeah, when people put words in my mouth. But again, I would do things differently to make sure that I had a chance to speak. But again, the question is, when you've got people, and including the diversity task force that's speaking, the question that we need to ask ourselves is, why weren't the city council people that RSVP'd? Why aren't the city council people that showed up? Why weren't they scheduled to speak? I mean, I know for a fact that there were a lot of people that showed up that you may have written down as you would like them to speak, but you weren't even sure if they were going to show up. You know, and at some point, I know that what people are talking about, they're not talking about, you know, Councilmember Becker being mean to Councilmember Jane or anything like that. I think if there is any rivalry, if there's any, you know, if there's any enmity here, it seems like it's Kathy versus everyone. And I think that, you know, rather than, but, you know, you can say it's not the case, but you have to look at it from, you know, what are the optics? Again, if you look at what I did, I was ready to leave because, again, I've got a family to attend to, and I did have a community meeting that I wanted to go to. But every single person around me, as I was trying to leave, said, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry that happened to you." And that's when I said, this is a lot bigger than even I understand. And when I left and I heard, you know, because I said, well, these people heard it, but unfortunately, I don't know who else heard it. It wasn't until later that evening when I was with my family, you know, trying to have a good meal, when I was getting calls left and right, and people were sending me links to the video. And again, I think everyone who has any questions should just watch the video. I mean, where I come from, we have a saying, let the deed show, which means just let the actions speak for themselves. And this is when I realized that, yes, I need to think about this more than just what I expect from Kathy. I think I need to look at this not as a city council person, perhaps in conflict. Like I have conflicts with a lot of people, but they're not conflicts because they're just disagreements. In fact, from an engineering standpoint, we don't have arguments. We just have discussions, and sometimes they're longer and louder depending on what the subject is. But when I look at this situation, and when the event is called Stop Asian Hate, then I must look at this both as a resident, as someone who's not on city council, as someone who's looking at a city council person speaking to somebody else. And, fortunately or unfortunately, I do also have to look at this as a member of the AAPI community. And when I look through those two lenses, it is a terrible look. No matter what Kevin Park, the council member, thinks or is used to from council member Watanabe, it is, what does it look like from the Asian community? And when you've got city council people and even a mayor who do not seem to understand what it looks like from the Asian community or from the minority perspective or from the hurt perspective, that's when I start to think that's what the problem is. It's not that I was refused to speak, it was the way that I was refused to speak. And more importantly, it's the way that we're trying to deflect the actions and say, oh, everyone was at fault. It is the way that we're trying to say, oh, mistakes were made, but not by me. And these are the issues that I think we need to address. It was just a simple issue of, well, I didn't get to speak, but a lot of people didn't get to speak. But I think that Kathy's actions after the event created the much larger issue. And to be honest, I'm glad this has come to light. Thank you.
What are the actions after the event? I'm just unclear.
So Kathy had a good chance to apologize. She didn't apologize. She tried to explain why her actions were acceptable or should have been acceptable. She's done a lot to say, well, this is the false narrative. He showed up at the last minute. He asked to speak at the last minute. I would have loved to give him time. But I think people who were there and people who watched the video and listened to what's said and listened to what happened can draw their own conclusions. That's not what happened. And I think the narrative that you are trying to change is not the narrative that is not the experience that the people who were there actually felt. So like what we experienced, maybe this is another thing about hate incidents. It's not necessarily about what you saw. It's about how did we feel. And I think at some point you don't even try to understand what we're telling you. And in this case, what I'm telling you.
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to everyone out there.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
Understood.
I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So the public opinion about this thing, when 70 leaders from the community write something, and when Assembly Member Alex Lee, who was present at that time in the meeting, write a letter along with Assemblyman Ash Kalra, and those other 70 leaders write something, it should reflect something about what's going on. So that's my first comment. And my next one, I'm always there for harmonious relationship. Yes, we are politicians. We will have differences on a policy matter, different thing, but on personal things, we should be talking to each other. And I have personally requested multiple times meetings with Councilmember Watanabe. I am publicly saying today, please let me know what's a good time. If you have any grudges against me, if I have done something wrong, I am there to discuss those things with you one-on-one. I'm again publicly asking for that time, that let's talk about it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very good. I know that, it's difficult. We all come from different backgrounds. We all have, different ideas, different opinions, all kinds of things. And, we all may have said things about each other at one time or another. I'm not going to comment about all the things that are said about me from all these people here, but at the end of the day, I think that we all have one thing in common, is that we care about our community. We care about Santa Clara. How we approach it is different. And we are going to make mistakes and we are going to do the wrong things. And there's always going to be people out there to point it out. And this is a good example of that, that a very good deed, you know, ended up going sour at the end, at the very end, ended up going sour. And, you know, the question is, how do we make it better? How do we work together? How do we spread, you know, inclusion and love and everything else instead of divisiveness and hatred? We're a community in a city that's very diverse, and Councilmember Watanabe is in the most diverse district. I see she has her hand up. Go ahead, Councilmember Watanabe.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, there's a lot that I could say, and I want to clarify that I never met Assemblymember Lee. I've seen pictures of him, but I've never met him in person. And I actually did not see him there, but he was on my list. I have a list that I put together. I had a run of show with everybody that was supposed to speak that day. And he was one of them because he reached out to the mayor and told her that he would be attending. And so I added him to my list. Kenson Chu was also on my list. The task force was also on my list. I don't know what else to tell you, but I had a run of show that I worked very hard on. But aside from all of that, and aside, Councilmember Park, I will say it again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you were offended. It was, again, no ill will was meant. I will, I'll apologize to all of you if that's what it takes, because this has not been easy for me in a lot of ways. And I'm happy to talk. For the other speakers that spoke earlier from the community, the AAPI representatives, thank you for speaking. Thank you for your words. Thank you for the opportunity to apologize to you as well. And thank you, Mayor Gilmore, once again for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going to move on back to our agenda. The next item we have is one we tried to have, and I'm going to then move it back over to Vice Chair Park, which is item number 7, and that is the discussion report from the chair of the Downtown Community Task Force on the status of the work of the task force. Vice Chair Chahal, since I'm going to repeat, I own property in the area, and I will have to recuse myself from any discussion about any downtown, reclaiming our downtown or downtown task precise plan. So Vice Chair, I'm Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, it's getting late, right? Vice Mayor Chahal, it's yours. Take it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chair. So, item number 7, report from Chair of the Downtown Community Task Force, DCTF, on the status of the work of the task force. Staff, please.
So tonight we have, tonight we have presentations from our chair of the downtown task force, as well as our vice chair. And they have prepared a slide deck, and Adam, I'm going to call you up and do your thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanna. Thank you, Council and Vice Chair Chahal. I'll make this quick. I know it's getting late, so I kind of condensed some of the stuff. If there's any questions, please, feel free to ask. So I'm Adam Thompson, the chair of the Downtown Community Task Force, and I'm here to give you an update with co-chair Dan Undersek to provide where we are in the plan, the remaining tasks that we need to still complete, and finally request funding for additional services that we've deemed important enough to come to you and ask for. I know many of you have been attending the meetings and or following the progress, and so I'll be as brief as possible, and please ask any questions at the end. We're here to answer anything. The community effort to rebuild Santa Clara's downtown, almost a 60-year urban renewal, has really brought the community together like no other project before in Santa Clara. There have been projects larger in size and have encompassed greater areas, but none have generated as much support from the residents. It has unified the community and even the greater city. As you know, the process has taken years to get to where we are today, and there has been an immense amount of effort from residents, staff, and city leadership to help guide us through and meet our goal. Our goal is not only to create the best downtown possible, but also to create a place that includes a grouping of great dining, shopping, arts, culture, recreation, and allow community to interact and enjoy one another. A place that grows and will reflect the community it has been established in. And as we recover from COVID-19, these places will become even more important to the residents that live around them. I'd like to introduce the co-chair, Dan Ondersack, to provide the status update and the remaining tasks ahead, and then we'll talk about budget after. So if you want to jump to the next slide, please.
Hey, thank you, Adam, and thank you all. Thank you, council and public. So we're just going to touch upon really quickly a few things that this great group of people, the Downtown Task Force members, volunteers, have accomplished over these last 2 years and 4 months. We began with our individual group ideas and grew from there. We interviewed and selected 2 really excellent urban planners together and separately toured multiple downtowns. The DCTF gathered the best practices of successful downtowns within California and outside. We've had 16 meetings in which we've had incredible public outreach. We've also had meeting in a box sessions in which citizens gave the specifics that they wanted to see in their downtown. The team studied successful retail, traffic and parking strategies, the economics of office, residential, and retail construction, and what heights were needed, and evaluated 3 land use scenarios as well. From this, we developed a concept board detailing what we and the community wanted in retail, open space, entertainment, and living areas. From here, the urban planner will compile and calculate the precise plan and begin the EIR. I also wanted to say, and it's come up, the terms come up several times, form-based code. And in speaking and reading about those downtowns that have really excelled in the revitalization and rebuilding, they've all utilized form-based code. And I know we're going to be talking about other things tonight, but I'd also personally like to recommend that if council wants to learn more about form-based code, you have an incredible asset in David Sargent, and I'd recommend him coming in and spending a couple hours on a study session with you. Our take is that a form-based code can ensure with staff diligence the quality of the pedestrian experience, the street, sidewalks, retail experiences. But you know, a precise plan is a suggestion. A form-based code makes this plan a requirement, but it also offers flexibility to developers, and city managers across the nation have told us that developers love it because it's vetted by the citizens, as we've seen over the last 2 years, and it gives clarity to investors and developers. So I'm going to turn it back to Adam to review the budget and the additional services the DCTF has discussed and approved to create the incredible downtown we deserve. So Adam.
Thank you, Dan. So as we heard earlier from our Director of Planning, Andrew Crabtree, form-based code is something that is being widely talked about at a larger scale. And so what we had asked it for from the urban planner was to provide us a budget in order to implement a form-based code along with a few other guidelines within the 10 block precise plan and thought that this would be a great opportunity to basically see the form and function of how a form-based code would end up working. And so if you want to go to the next slide, please, we'll have these are the items that we asked them to provide a budget for. So as you can see, there's basically 10 items. And then what we did was we had a special meeting last week where the downtown task force members got together. We reviewed the packet. We discussed all of the items that they had proposed, and understanding that we know we're in a tight budget crisis, we didn't want to, come to you guys asking for everything. So we did whittle it down to what we felt was really important and what would really set the project apart and give us the best chance at succeeding. And then we're deferring, some of these items are kind of food for thought of other precise plans that might be in the area. I know there's one of the station area plan that is being discussed. And so just earmarking them into your guys' memory for, future work. So the ones we identified as being really important to the 10 block downtown precise plan would be form-based code, which, this would clearly define the guidelines for developers based on the input gathered through the process. This allows projects to start from a vision instead of starting from a pro forma, which we've seen so many times before. I mean, we've all heard the words, it doesn't pencil out. And that I think will really help with us because, the community has a very strong vision for what these 10 blocks should be, and they've waited long enough to see it. But understanding that there are economic, mechanisms that will drive the market as well. So we'd like to start from the community's vision and work towards a economically viable project as well. Sign ordinance for the downtown is something we thought would be is really important. A lot of times the regulation in Santa Clara is pretty tight on the sign signage. It doesn't leave a lot of creativity. And being in a downtown, I mean, I think if you kind of recollect any time you were in a downtown, I mean, there's a lot of it creates excitement, vibrant areas and whatnot. And we feel it's really important to basically define the place. The area development impact fee is a really important one. We've been working with staff to kind of develop what we can do. I mean, we have a lot of hurdles that this project is going to have to overcome to be successful. We have to put a lot of infrastructure back, roads, utilities, and such. And so there's going to be a way that we need to be able to reclaim some of those fees. And the city land is most likely, 6 acres is not going to cut it. So developing this strategy early on in the process is a much better way than waiting till the end and then trying to have to come up with even more funds. Post-COVID retail and office analysis and recommendation. Obviously, I think we're kind of all, unsure of the landscape that's in front of us. And so what we wanted to do was, since we have this great urban planner and a great financial analyst, we want them to be giving us some information on, where the markets are headed, how we should try to rethink the world as we potentially might know it. And then downtown management entity. So what this is really important for is it creates an organization and establishes leadership for bringing in more retail vendors, managing it, making sure everything's running properly. We do have, I believe there's a small entity now that runs the farmers market and a few other things. But to build a more robust, I mean, Los Gatos has one, Campbell has one. It's basically like a fellowship for the downtown area. And then lastly, the items 9 and 10, we kind of bundled together because we don't really know if we need them or not. And so what we were going to say is ask for an allowance of about $25,000. And what that would include is additional meetings for the urban planner, financial team to come to the DCTF meetings, as well as potentially come to a council meeting and talk about form-based code. That's been something that we have discussed, because we have these resources available now. I think it's really important as we kind of look. I think the question was asked earlier of how do we get ahead of the next boom? And the best way to get ahead of it is to start planning now. And so the more we all can educate ourselves as, leaders and even the greater community is really important to make sure we don't get caught in the same situation that we did over the last 7 years, where every project is, doesn't fit into the vision. So those are the items. It totals $263,500 is what we're asking for. So it's not the whole list. The entire list was $464,000. So those are the items we are asking for council to fund on top of the rest of our funds. The only other piece, and it's something just to kind of keep out there, is there is a Franklin Street easement deal. And that easement, it does at this moment in time has a CEQA requirement, but the city staff is working very hard to try to see if we can get an exemption on it. So we are not asking for those funds, but it is something that is potentially out there, because the timing will probably not time out together to be able to use our CEQA analysis to meet that easement agreement. So we hope you have any questions.
Thank you, Adam and Dan. And I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions or any comments. I don't see any hands.
Vice Mayor Shahal, Councilmember Hardy has her hand up.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Adam, you talked about, you have on your list height densities. What do you mean by that?
Height densities. We don't have, are you talking about, sorry, I don't.
On your list, it
Oh.
was about in the middle on the right-hand side. It said height densities.
Oh. Can you go, wait, I actually have the slide. Sorry.
That was on slide 2.
Oh, so we went through, okay, sorry. So what we did was they set up the 10 block area. And what we ended up doing through the DCTF and community input in some of the meetings, we basically went block by block on their original proposed plan and looked at basically the envelope of the buildings to try to justify, to kind of get a palette of what the community would be willing to accept. There's been a lot of talk, and I'm sure all of you have been, privy to some of it, of, there's some people who want very low density, but then there's the reality of how much do we need to be able to, make the project actually work and get people to, developers to actually come in. So that's what we did. So we went through the entire 10 block area and basically put what our maximum heights, what our maximum heights would be recommended. Form-based code would obviously solidify that, and it would give us a great tool in order to set the expectations ahead of project proposals.
One other question. You're asking for, one of the amounts is 92,000. That's for, it says for form-based coding. Why, how do you arrive at that amount? Is that a program? Is that a consultant? What is it?
So that's the fees, the consultant fees based on their rates and fees that are approved in their original contract. And they have come up with that number. We still have potentially some negotiating we can do. But when we asked for what would it cost to develop a form-based code for the 10 block area, this is the proposal we got back based on those rates and fees of the urban planners approved rates and fees.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Vice Mayor Shahal, Councilmember Becker has his hand raised.
Councilmember Becker, please.
Thanks, Vice Chair or Vice Mayor. I lost what to call you right now. Thanks, Adam and Dan. You guys, I love it. Love your energy. Now, I know there was an ask. What was that number again? I heard a number. There was 2 something. What was that?
There's always an ask. 263,500 is the ask.
263,500. Okay. And you would just need that to be in, you're pretty much asking for us to approve that for tonight? Or
correct. And one of the things I'd like to note is we're still on track to stay within the budget, the original budget, to create the precise plan without these items. So in September of 2020, The DCTF we kind of turned into a more formal body. And so we actually started setting our own agendas. And what we ended up doing was cutting out the urban planners and all of the people in, Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was 4 meetings we went kind of.
Correct.
And what we ended up doing was basically wrangling all of the information we could from either the DCTF members, staff, and community input. Prior, we put it in what we called the pillars of of success for the downtown. Then we sent that off to them, and then we had a question and answer. So that way, we didn't go through multiple meetings with 10 people showing up just eating those funds as we kind of, got our community all kind of together and hashed out our own ideas and visions.
Okay. Well, I mean, Adam, you're pretty squared away. So I know you do your math. I know you do your homework, and you do all the research. And I know, Dan, you're definitely on board with that too. I could see that you do your homework as well. I don't see on here anywhere that says there's no staff recommendation. So would I have to do that 263,000 in a form of a motion?
No,
Staff?
the direction would be for us to come back if this is the direction of the council, for us to come back with the appropriate amendment and a funding source. And the funding source would likely be the budget stabilization fund.
Okay.
And Deanna, we still have some opportunity. I mean, I know I talked to Leslie a little bit. We still have some opportunity to work through some of these numbers, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we staff would go through all of that through a contract amendment, and then identify a funding source and bring that back to the council. So there's no action for tonight. It's just if that's the consensus, or by motion, if that's how the council would like to direct staff, then we'll bring it back at a later date.
Okay. I would like to direct staff that direction then.
Okay. Councilmember Anthony, hold on for that. Let's go to the public first. I see 2 hands. If council doesn't have any more questions, I would like to go to the public. I see Mr. Sal Caruso.
You're muted, Sal. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Sal. Thank you.
Fantastic. Was that the entirety of the presentation so I may speak to it, or is there more of the presentation to follow regarding the downtown plan or anything related to downtown?
That's the only presentation.
We keep it short and sweet.
Yep.
Interesting. So the main concern we have is that based on the numbers of the state requirement of housing units that need to be produced over the next few years, we want to make sure that we that have applications in process are allowed to move forward through the process with the city of Santa Clara and allowed to move forward. And that's really what we're wanting to assure, because it sounds like this process that is here underway will take a while. Certainly an EIR unto itself, without question, take a minimum of 11 months, and the EIR would start after there is a precise plan that has been formally adopted by the city council, or not formally adopted, but at least approved in concept. Then we'll need to have an EIR and move forward. So it might be a 2-year, 3-year process overall. So we want to make sure that myself and any others that go through are allowed to continue forward as state law mandates and allows in the state of California, that cannot be reasonably held back from moving forward with going through the due process normally with the city of Santa Clara. So I just wanted to make sure that we can move forward. That was all.
Thank you, Mr. Sal. I see guest.
Hi there. Could someone clarify what he's talking about? Number one. Number two, I really am thrilled to see we actually have a plan for going. This has been talked about almost ad nauseum for the last, oh my God, decades. It's like the revitalization and reappearance of the downtown's been on the wish list since it disappeared. If we could start making some progress, that would be fabulous, and stop giving approval to stuff that's gonna screw up putting it back together, please. That would be a big help, because I think you got different entities working against you, Dan, like I've told you a couple times. You know, you don't have all the friends you think you have, but I can talk to you about that offline. It needs to move forward. It needs to get the money. If they can spend money on charging stations when people don't have all the electric cars, I'm sure they can find the money to do this, because they waste money superfluously and hire people at phenomenal wages. They could find money in just getting rid of some dead weight. Let's move forward, getting this going. The city wastes a lot of time by not acting when they do have money, and having the redevelopment agency go away, for example, was one of their big screw ups, by not spending it when they had it, and when they did have it, they spent it wrongly. So we need to stop rewriting history too. Let's go for it, guys and gals. It would be fabulous to have our downtown back. Please find a delicatessen, please, dear God. And Napa has a great example of how to build housing over an area where they have a setback. And let's make sure we keep our neighborhoods comfortable. And maybe that's a place to put work-live units. That's affordable. No more above rate housing. And anybody who allows it, fire their tush. Thank you.
Thank you. I see next is one of the chief volunteers, Mary Grizzle.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mary.
The only question I have is, when is this coming back? Because time is of the essence. So I'd like to know a date. I'd like to get a date today when this will be back on calendar. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. So, council, any more comments? Okay, I'll make some comments. Like I really.
My hand is raised. Excuse me, my hand is raised.
Sorry, I didn't see that. Councilmember Watanabe. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I didn't have the screen. Sure, Councilmember Watanabe.
There was no second on the motion. I raised my hand to second the motion to keep it moving forward. That was all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I see Councilmember Park. Is this?
Yes, I want to thank you for the presentation again. I do have a lot of hope for this project. At the same time, a lot of concerns of how we actually get it done. I share Mary's concern about, when does this come back? Like, how do we know there's progress? It's good if we can make a motion to, support the project, but at the same time, I don't care how much support there is if there is actually some feedback. And I think that the best way to keep the project on track is to keep the people informed, and the people will tell us if the progress is going well or not. I don't think it's for us to tell the people how their downtown is going. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan or Adam, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I can comment on that. So right now we basically have the revised plan. The urban planner is working on it now based on all of our feedback that we gave them from those meetings that we had. They're going to come back in April, and we're going to go through it one last time. But these items here would need to be added to it. If we were going to change direction and go to a form-based code, we have to implement that form-based code into that plan. So we're at kind of a crossroads of, do we go down this road of basically putting in more parameters and guidelines now, or do we just do a precise plan that gives kind of a rough general idea of what we want in the 10 blocks, and then basically let future proposals from developers dictate what ends up getting built. So
now I'd like to add to that. So once again, going forward with a precise plan, is a suggestion. You come forward with what all the citizens have put in, and we've all put in hundreds and hundreds of hours, but the citizens have as well. And we've got a pretty firm idea of what we want. What a form-based code does is it basically doesn't make it a suggestion, it makes it a requirement, and we're strongly in advocacy of that. So, and once again, if council wants additional data on that, you've got a great resource with WRT and David Sargent.
These items would take the guesswork out, and I know many of the council members have been to a multitude of meetings over the years that I've been involved, and it basically sets the parameters and advises everybody. It takes the community input, so the community's already bought into it, so there's no surprises when the project gets submitted, and the developers know that this is the expectation and these are the guidelines, so they know what they're getting into before they end up having to spend a bunch of time time and money on a proposal that gets a lot of opposition from a community. So hopefully this will save. It will take more time now, and that's what we're asking for, time and money now, but it will save time and money in the long run. It's something that we didn't have available to us in the last boom, and I think we can all see how many projects came before with a lot of community disgruntledness. So we're trying to cut that off now.
Thank you. City manager, if I may ask, when can we bring back this thing once you review the budget position?
Well, the issues are the contract amendment that need to be fully scoped out and working with the consultant on the time frame. So I guess I would like to answer that, it goes both ways in terms of their ability to turn things around quickly, our ability to work with them to reach agreement on the contract amendment items, and then execute and obviously seek council approval. I do get the sentiment that time is of the essence, and that's a priority. I understand that, but I also want to give staff the time in a work with our workload, as well as the high vacancies that we're carrying to do the right work. So I'd like to work with staff, and I can get information out to on the estimated timeframe once we have an opportunity to meet with a consultant and go through the full scope.
Okay. Do you have any rough idea, so that they have their expectations when they should be expecting?
My guess is sometime in May, recognizing that the next meeting is April 20th, and the packet everything would need to be tied up by next week. I can tell you it's very unlikely. And so it would be sometime in the late May timeframe, just recognizing that we have our meetings already scheduled for those.
I think that's fair enough. We have around 1 month or so. Okay. I see Council Member Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal. Basically, you kind of stole the thunder on that one about when we're going to see this back. I mean, the biggest, person I think we're kind of going to want to ask is that okay, Mary? Is May okay? Is May okay? Because I do believe time is the essence. I was going to say at least 2 weeks, but now hearing what Deanna was giving us some advice on, we should really take that in consideration. So, between, Dan, Adam, and Mary over there, is that okay with you guys?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We'll help with what we can as well. Work with Leslie to see what we can do. But I do totally understand that the delay. I mean, it's a business I'm in, is contracting. So you can ask for a proposal, but it'll take usually 3 follow-ups. So I understand where Deanna's coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Let's do it.
Thank you. My concern is, and I'd like to hear from Deanna, my concern is what I heard for this ask that would take it out of our savings account. And I'm not certain, I'm convinced that I want to pay for what they're asking for. So is it a study is what my concern is. And Deanna, when they said there's been 500,000 spent already, this is an ask on top of that. That's what I would like to know from the city manager. And the question, maybe this would have to be for Andrew. There's already some projects that are further along, and what would this do to them?
So the funding source, it would be the budget stabilization fund, largely because as we have already presented, the any discretionary funds have already been pretty much cleared for purposes of balancing the budget or for funding COVID relief programs. So in terms of the workload or the shifts, I'd like the opportunity to work with the community development department to excuse me, to write in the memo the answer to your second question, having not had the opportunity to touch base with them on that and wanting to give you a good answer. But the funding source would be the budget stabilization fund, and late May would be the timing of getting this forward, recognizing that our consultant has to work with us on getting this fully scoped out.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to make some comments before we go for a vote on that. Like, I do understand this is a very, I commend the professional volunteers who have been engaged in this project basically, and they have been able to bring this back to the radar, like to the attention of the council, which has been going on for so many years in the past. And I appreciate their individual contributions by visiting different downtowns and coming up with all the studies and coming up with form-based coding only for downtown project. So I really commend your efforts and all the volunteers' efforts over here. So I thank you very much for that. And here there's a motion over here, and if nothing else, then I would like to call for a vote.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Abstain.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries with 5 yes and 2 abstains.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you all.
We'll keep
Staff,
we will
council.
keep you updated.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Take care. Bye-bye.
You too.
Vice Mayor, I will be grabbing the mayor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Simran.
Hi, everyone. Yes, dinner was great, if you wanted to know.
Welcome back, Mayor.
Little catnap on the floor. Yes, it's all good. All right, so there's been a request by staff that we move the consent calendar, move ahead with it, and then continue the rest of the meeting since it's 11 o'clock at night. So to our, I guess, next available meeting for all of these items. So is there a motion on the, well, first of all, does anyone want to pull any item from the consent calendar? Councilmember Jane. You're muted.
I would like to pull item 4K, please.
Okay, okay, 4K, and that is
The contract on the pavement.
pavement contract. Okay, all right. Annual street maintenance rehabilitation project. Okay. Anyone else? Councilmember Park?
Yes, I was also going to pull 4K, but I'd like to pull 4N as well.
N is in Nancy? N?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay. So 4N is action on introduction of ordinance to reinstate the International Exchange Commission. Anybody else? Any member of the public want to pull a consent calendar item? Could I please have a motion for the balance of the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, I do have a comment on 4P.
Oh, 4P comment. Okay, let me go to that item, which is action on a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for allocation of Transportation Development Act Article 3 pedestrian and bicycle project funding for fiscal year 21-22. Go ahead and read that comment, please.
Comment is from Susan Hinton. It states, as a former air traffic control software engineer and manager, I want to draw attention to the fact that if stoplight or stop sign infrastructure can differentiate bikes from cars, future automation can extend to bikes as well as cars. For example, in addition to a bike can alert a bicyclist that he or she must start braking so as to properly stop in appropriate places, and this can decrease accidents where bikes are at fault. Of course, there is a low-tech solution, completely isolate bikes and cars. End of comment.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, S.E. Hinton, for submitting that comment. We have a motion, and was there a second?
I'll second.
Second for that. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Madam Mayor, may I ask who was the maker of the motion? I didn't hear that.
Anthony.
Councilmember Becker. Sorry about that. Seconded by Jane. Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you. That passes unanimously. All right, we already did public presentation. Let's try the consent items pulled for discussion if they're not too long before we adjourn this meeting. If that's okay with the council, I think one of them, at least the sidewalk pavement needs to be approved tonight, I think. So go ahead, Councilmember Jane, you pulled item 4K. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I had two concerns here. The last time we did a pavement rehabilitation, I know it was in the middle of the COVID crisis, but I recall that Homestead was dug up for months, and there was very little indication to the public of why the delays were there. I mean, it was just dug up, and it was, very hard to ride your bike on. And and I did communicate with staff on this. And my preference would be for all of the projects, there would be a spreadsheet online with all of the projects and a weekly update, just saying when the pavement will be completed, just saying when things will happen. Because my impression was that I sat there wondering constantly, when is this going to be done? When am I going to ride my bike on this? And my second question, and so I believe staff said that more resources would be required to provide that communication. I'm trying to get the minimal amount of communication, maybe a weekly update on our website. But the other, what I would consider to be a missed opportunity, was while we were doing all this pavement rehabilitation last time, that there could have been some bicycle striping that could have been done, and there could have been some green paint put down to indicate where the bicycle striping is. So I think while we're doing this pavement rehabilitation, that would be the perfect time to also add some bike improvements.
City Manager, do you have comments on that? I think you answered some of them ahead of time, but.
We did, and with respect to the resources, I just want to share that we are short on resources in our transportation division. I know that we've had a recent vacancy, and I'm feeling as if one of the positions in addition to that was in phase one. Michael, if I'm wrong, please correct me. So I'm mindful that making additional requests, as well as we are having shortages of staff right now in our communications. So I'm mindful that putting any additional pressure would require additional resources. But I can scope that out if that's the pleasure of the council, and certainly get that back to the council.
I guess my question was, this is time sensitive? I think you were saying this has to be voted on today?
Maybe you
Yes,
could,
but coming back with the direction in terms of communication is a separate action.
yeah, maybe you can put it as part of the motion, Councilmember Jane, that it's approved with a communication plan to be coming back to the council, because those are two kind of separate issues.
One is just the agreements and the action before, and the separate is just how do we resource the weekly reports on the activity.
And make it part of the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to make a motion, Councilmember Jane?
Any other
Well, if
comment?
you get-
Okay,
Yeah, if you get a motion on the floor, I can then see.
okay.
Other comments.
I would like to move that we approve this. I believe it takes 5 council votes to approve, I guess, all of staff's recommendations
Mhm.
with the consideration of a weekly status update on each element of the repaving.
Can you ask to bring back a communication plan so that we can, instead of making it so specific?
Okay, yeah, okay, bring back a communication plan.
I'll second that.
Very good. Motion and a second. All right, now let me go to council questions. Councilmember Becker. Oh, up, down, no, yes? Okay. You're still with us, Anthony? Okay. You're making movements, but your sound's off. Okay. All right. Any other council members want to speak to the motion? All right, let's go to the public. Guest, you're on.
I have a suggestion. Instead of the excuses of why you can't serve the public, why don't you make it part of the requirement from the vendor that they provide a weekly update, and then you simply just upload the information from the vendor? It's really very discouraging as a member of the public that every time that the public wants information on how their money is being spent, that an employee of the city has an excuse why they can't serve the people paying them. It's always, we don't have the resources, we don't have the staff. Redirect your staff, like the person who put out the press release over the electrical charging stations, to do it. I think you need to reprioritize what's important and what's not important. You seem to have your eye on the wrong balls again and yet. So maybe make it a requirement of the vendor to provide you the weekly update. I agree with Councilmember Jane, that took frigging forever. And there was no way of finding out why it took so long. Are we hiring the wrong in-laws to do these projects? I mean, it's just ridiculous that anything should take that long and be in that state of disarray for so long without the public can't finding out why their money is being used and spent so poorly and not having anybody accountable. Is there no one that manages the projects, manages the contractors? It's if you're in the private sector doing this, you'd be fired. Why is there no accountability? Disgusting. Thank you.
You, city manager.
I just want to add, I misspoke. We actually have a recent vacancy in addition in the transportation division. So the shortages are even more. Also, this is a public works contract. It requires that the specifications are articulated before it goes out for RFP. And so we will come back, as we stated, with what the communications will take. We cannot put it in this contract because it is guided, the procurement process is guided by state law under the Public Works contract. And so we will bring back the information, but I did speak incorrectly around the state of resources within transportation and communications.
Thank you. So are there any other council comments on this? So we have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Hardy, I think. Yes. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you. And that passes unanimously. The next item we had pulled for discussion, I think it was Councilmember Park. Did you pull or was it Jane? I think it was Park.
It was me.
Okay, thank you. On item 4N, action on introduction of an ordinance to reinstate the International Exchange Commission. Councilmember Park.
So I've got a couple of questions, which is my understanding, having worked with IEC as a Sister Cities Association member and on the board for many years. My understanding is that monies left over by IEC are often granted to sister cities. It's usually a motion at the end that says all monies left over are given to sister cities. That said, I want to know what's covered in the Sister Cities grant. We've got like a 5,900 grant that's given to sister cities. And I got a question about the additional monies, meaning that we had a plan last year that basically gave them about $8,000 less, and then we added $8,000 in the latest proposal. The two items were for Sister Cities International conferences, but at the same time, I don't really recall city council people going to Sister Cities International conferences. So I'm kind of curious what we did there, right? And there's also the budgets that were usually carried by the mayor and council. And I would like them to stay with mayor and council because, again, if there are no council trips, which seemed to be the original suggestion in 2020, I don't know why that was changed. It would seem that we would prefer not to spend the money. Like if the sister cities is already getting the grants and is already getting the balance of the IEC funds, I think that council expenses, especially going to other cities, should be retained in council budget. The other question I have about that is the report says that a single council person or a single representative visiting Japan costs about $4,200. And yet in the budget, I see that it's $4,200 for two representatives. Just curious as to what the difference is there.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say thank you for those questions. I know we can go to staff, but we haven't had an International Exchange Commission for many years, so there wasn't any money left over in a budget because we haven't had that commission. But I think the grants came through the Cultural Advisory Commission to sister cities, if I remember correctly. And yeah, and I know we pretty much canceled all of our travel in the council budget. There is no travel because of the pandemic. So
no, exactly right, which is why I think that if we're going to put those monies anywhere, we should keep them with the council and basically save that money if there is no council travel.
Can I say something, because it was the previous council that is trying to get the International Exchange Commission back, and I know that we're looking at bringing it back online sometime later this year or something like that. I think that's the recommendation. One of the reasons is that I know that since I've become mayor, I've been very involved in the international, in sister cities and the organization, and the visits from all of our sister cities, and friendship cities coming to Santa Clara. And it's just so much work every time to really properly to properly welcome our sister city delegations every time they come. And there was the capacity, it was too much for the Cultural Commission to take on all of this work. So it ended up, happening in the mayor and council offices, all the work to organize all the events and everything else, and through the city manager's office. So it was our idea from the previous council that we had the International Exchange Commission in the past. And because we have such active relationships with our sister cities and friendship cities, that we want a commission that is truly devoted to all of our international relations. So, it might not be the right time at the moment, but the way I think the ordinance and the way we're going to, lay this out later on in this year makes a lot of sense. So I know that, our sister cities are going to want to come back, and they send students and everything. You all know, because most of you are involved in Sister City Association. But when we do get back online and do this again, it's really going to be great to have the help of an International Exchange Commission. And I know that, that's 7 more opportunities for our residents to serve on a commission, especially with our city. So I really want to advocate for this, because I really think that it's needed. And, at the right time, when travel happens again and everything else, that we'll be ready for that. But in terms of the budget, they haven't had a budget. I don't know. When's the last time we had an International Exchange Commission? It's been 6, 7, 8 years, I think, if I remember. City Manager?
Thank you. The item before you is just an introduction of an ordinance to establish the International Exchange Commission. It's not a budgetary action. That will be addressed as part of the budget deliberations. And we can answer at the time a better accounting of what's happened financially over the last couple of years. I do recall we did have a carry forward of funds for sister cities from one year to the next because of unspent dollars. And so I'm not certain if that's the comment that Councilmember Park is referring to, but certainly that can be addressed as part of the budget deliberations when the council is considering the budget as a whole. But tonight is just the ordinance to establish the commission.
All right, Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, so I had asked a question about the history to staff about the history of the IEC and the Cultural Commission. And what I got back from staff regarding resources and support was the following: the addition and growing workload of the Diversity and Equity and Inclusion Task Force presents challenges for absorbing an additional commission with reduced resources. Staff will need to work to meet the needs of supporting these 2 new commissions with eliminating other services or delaying services for less urgent directives. I did not get back from staff what other services would have to be delayed or eliminated to support the Diversity and Equity and the International Exchange Commissions.
The mayor commented correctly in terms of how the mayor and council offices have supported this effort in the past. And it had been absorbed, and there were 3 staff members that were working in the mayor and council's office. One of those positions has been eliminated, and so the work now falls largely on the 2 staff members, as well as Robin and other additional staff within the manager's office. The items that have the actions of the diversity task force came without additional resources, and so they've been absorbed by existing staff members, as this will be as a new commission with minutes and agendas and Brown Act and things of that sort, which will also be absorbed by the same people. Recognizing that resources are less, obviously the city manager is also, I think our budget is now reduced either 11 to 13% and slated for more in the upcoming. And so it just goes, it's very clear that, with less staff and more task forces, there's limits in terms of how much other administrative work would be done. So constituent calls or constituent issues or calendaring requests may be delayed because we have Brown Act requirements and noticing and minute preparations and things of that sort.
Thank you.
Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I actually hear Councilmember Jane's question, and I'm a little concerned about that as well. I'm more concerned that we have an ordinance to put a commission in place that could go unfunded. And again, the history of IEC, I was actually the IEC liaison for Sister Cities. I was also the council liaison for Sister Cities back when I was very active with Sister Cities. We had a very strong organization led by Debbie Davis, former council member Debbie Davis. We had a lot of good people working with us. We had Brian Lowry, we had Linda Esserini, we had Debbie Paveo. We had a lot of people. And I do know that when it was set up, and John Figuera as well. John Figuera was, I believe, one of the founding members of the IEC. He told me the history that it was set up to support the exchange with Japan because they realized they needed a lot of help. When I was on Sister Cities, we actually had it was kind of the golden time, the golden years for Sister Cities, because we had a very active organization. We had a lot of fundraising. We had a lot of events. I look at the website for Sister Cities. My concern is, looks like a lot of things haven't been updated for a while. A lot of links are broken. There doesn't look like, even with the Facebook site, there has been good continuity with either posting or with the events. I'm wondering where the fundraising has gone. I know that this is not a budget action, but it will hit our budget eventually. I just have a couple of concerns there. I want to make sure that not only do we have something, a commission that we approve, but we can also support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I still think we should move ahead with this ordinance to create it, especially based upon the activity of our sister cities and our friendship city. Things are going to eventually happen, and we need to be prepared when they do happen. So for me, I think it's super important that we still continue to nurture and develop our relationships with our sister cities, not just for our community, for the students in our community and all the good things that happen. So I think we should move ahead, and we will figure it out later, because we're not going to be so active in terms of exchanges and traveling, at least probably through the balance of this year at least. And hopefully when we get back on our feet, we'll be ready to go, because we really were, prior to the pandemic, we were really amping up our sister city program, and we're super active with our sister cities. And I want to continue that. So Councilmember Watanabe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. No, our Sister Cities program is fantastic. And when I was president, I worked really hard to make that a successful organization after Debbie Davis had to step down once she came on the council. It was always very appreciated of the money that the city allocated that was used to send the students to the Sister Cities International. And I believe there was another program during the year that the money was used to send them to, and was as many kids that could attend and cover their travel costs. I believe there were insurance costs in there as well. And there may be one other that I can't think of at the moment, but I know the pandemic has had a severe impact. I know our sister cities miss coming to Santa Clara and vice versa. I mean, this time of year, we would normally have had the Japanese and the Portuguese visit. And so we missed that the last 2 years. You know, we were just getting started with Limerick, and that came to a standstill. So, but I know we've all done our best to stay in touch with our sister cities and maintain the relationships even from a distance. And it will take a while to develop those relationships again. I know fundraising was put on hold, but I'm sure there's still a lot of money in there that hasn't been spent. I think the Youth Commission did have a couple of fundraisers online that they were successful with, and keeping their organization going forward. But as a committee and a commission, I know that we have the ability now to move forward and actually use the International Exchange Commission as a way to help the organization as well. And because I think, you know, there was so much happening in sister cities. I think that it was getting a little overwhelmed from, you know, what I was hearing and observing, and because it was a successful organizations. I think the IEC and the SCSEA can be a big help to each other in just moving forward again. And as the funds come forward, that if travel is allowed, you know, wonderful. But for now, I think there's many things that we can do to build up the relationship together and move it forward again. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I may be the only person here who served on International Exchange Commission, served as president of Sister Cities, and now serving on the council. So all three basically.
So I assume you support it then.
Yeah. Yeah, I will support that for sure. Like, it's very important, like how it's so important for our kids to go to all these sister cities and gain such a valuable experience basically. And my family, my son has gained so much experience out of it. So I'm proud of that. But I have the same, one of the concern was the funding. I know we are not approving funding, but as council member Kevin Park mentioned, like he's concerned about it. So when I left Sister City as president in 2018, January or 2017, late 2017, Sister City had almost $70,000 in the, so they are in much better position financially than the where city is right now. So I think when we are talking about giving money to Sister City Association, yeah, we should be looking at how much funding we have, how much funding they need basically. And I'm not saying city has always been paying the Sister City International annual fees. So when it comes to that point, we should be very prudent. Okay, what funding we can give it to Sister City Association and what funding we need. And it's very right, like ISMO, or for that matter, Korea or Limerick, all these have a very set government relationship. And that's what we are trying to build through the council, basically, government to government relationship. And in that, I think IEC will come handy for communicating all those factors. And I would be supporting, yes, Mayor, I'll be supporting that.
How about you make a motion?
Oh, I can make a motion to, what's the motion asking? Let me see the,
we approve the introduction of an ordinance to we're just voting on an ordinance
to approve the International Exchange Ordinance.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Thank you very much. You proved your love. All right, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. I mean, logistically, how does this work? If we approve the ordinance, then there will be a future budget action, which basically says we will determine how much we want to fund the IEC. We can set up rules for how the IEC funds that are left over, remaindered, can be used or reabsorbed. But like, how long would that take? And is it a requirement that if we approve this ordinance, that we must, like, is there a time frame in which we must staff or interview and appoint a commission?
So the The actions for budget will come up during the budget deliberations. We will make sure that we either put supplemental information out, or if we can get the information together over the next couple of weeks, we'll put information out in our proposed budget. At this point in time, the travel industry is just barely recovering, and you can see the beginnings of some travel. I think it would be prudent for us to look at how we can leverage recruitment for other boards and commissions during the next recruitment process, acknowledging that one's already underway, and work through the clerk's office so that when we do a series of recruitments for boards and commissions, that we include this and bring back the candidates and the applications for the council to interview and appoint the members. And I forgot the last issue. It's late, Councilmember Park, excuse me. There was 3. I hit the budget. I hit the recruitment and appointment process.
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
I'm looking at Brian. I can see his smile.
No.
You remember the third item, Brian?
I don't know the third item.
Okay, Councilmember Park, there was a third item that you had raised.
It was regarding time.
Oh, on the staffing, You know, this is, I regret having to raise these issues so much, but we obviously have higher vacancy rates so that we can balance our budget. We have already eliminated as needed, and there was an as needed working almost full time in the mayor and council office. And there, with the issues coming for ballot measures, the issues coming for redistricting with the census data, as well as the new commissions that have been established through, if this action is approved, those are all items that we are planning to just absorb, which means that we have to clear the deck from other items that we are regularly do so that we have the capacity to absorb those items. It is managing productivity hours, where staff is already, as I've mentioned before, working way beyond the 40 hours a week. And so we do have to manage it. It will have impacts with respect to meeting the requirements for noticing, report writing, or any history of expenditures or budget. That's just the reality. And I will be more descriptive in detail as we continue to go forward, just as I was with the previous item, in that we are down on vacancies with this amount, and we are lower on resources in our communications division right now. I think that brings it to life so that the council understands that there's legitimate concerns with respect to absorbing additional workload, especially when it has not been resourced appropriately.
Thank you. City Attorney, do you have something to say?
I appreciate the question, Councilmember Park.
No, thank you. I just wanted to point out that this is actually just the first reading. So this is introduction of the ordinance, and this will come back for a second reading. Okay. And then it won't even become effective until 30 days after that. So this is really just a preliminary step in terms of separating out these duties from the Cultural Commission and creating it in a separate commission. And then, of course, as the city manager mentioned, it will again come back to council for appointments to the commission. So it's a long way off from actually being implemented.
Months.
So there's time to get these questions answered.
This is probably months away anyway. Yeah. So Councilmember Park, did you have additional questions?
No, I just want to say that I'm glad that I heard that from City Attorney Doyle, which is it is first reading. I'm reading it, approve the introduction of. I mean, I do understand how useful the IEC is for sister cities and for the exchanges. And my concern is for a lot of these specific items that I see in the proposals in front of me. And if we're going to see them again, if we have chance to look at them and right size the budget, I can support that. But, you know, I think that there are a lot of issues. I mean, Councilmember Vice Mayor Chahal, when he told me about the amount of money in the bank, I thought, wow, that's tremendous. That's more than double what it was when I was on the Sister Cities board. And I think that, you know, I would like to, the Sister Cities did really well. We worked really hard and we were able to survive even when IEC was dissolved. And I would like to see the relationship where Sister Cities is doing what they do, and through the IEC, we support their actions, we support their, but it's not a subsidy to the sister cities because it looks like they are pretty successful, and I know they can be, on their own with their own, fundraising and their own events. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park. We're going to go to the public now. Did I go to the public yet? I don't think I did, right? Okay, thank you. Guest, go ahead.
Why are you even entertaining the idea of supporting a non-essential city service in a budget crisis era at all? You can't find money or resources to tell people when their sidewalk might be fixed, but you're entertaining and spending all this energy on an ordinance for something that's a luxury item. I think your priorities are all screwed up. Why are you even entertaining this other than it's a pet project for the pretty people? Let's be real about it. The special people and the chosen ones are the only ones that can afford this. That particular commission should be freestanding and let them be self-supported. It shouldn't be supported at all by the city. Sister cities can be, but this particular commission should not even be on your radar. Please vote no and let it be independent. Why is it even on your radar other than it was a pet project? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak? All right, seeing none. Any other council comments? We have, Councilmember Becker, go ahead.
Well, I know one concern, just real quick comment, moving forward, was I remember when the commission was abolished years ago, and it was mainly because nobody can afford to go on travel overseas, and I would really hate to see that kind of happen again, and I really kind of want to see that going in the right direction. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 5-1. Thank you very much. I know it's super late. I was told that did I say 5? I'm sorry, I still haven't gotten used to 7 numbers. I still can't count. City Manager, you wanted us to do one more item?
Yes, item number 6 was additionally on the, was originally, not additionally, on the consent calendar. However, given its large value of a contract, being 30 million, I took it off. This is one regarding the turbine engines for SVP. I'd like for Manuel to answer questions and see if there's the willingness of the council to act on this item. It's master agreements for SVP related to the turbines. Manuel, if you want to.
Manuel's still with us, Manuel.
He is, but he took his nice jacket off that he was wearing earlier.
I know we're going to listen to your quarterly report next time. We can't wait.
No.
For Laelton property. Yeah, we can't wait. Go ahead, Manuel.
Good evening. Good evening.
Number 6. Go ahead. This is our last item.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. I really appreciate you taking the time. I did have a presentation for you tonight. Instead, I will go ahead and answer questions. And I have a picture of DVR for you in the background since I can't do the presentation. One of the best pictures we have is a nighttime picture. But this is a priority project for us. Obviously, we have 3 turbines at DVR as well as a steam turbine. We have, it's a 10-year contract. And while, $30 million is a lot of money, just to give you a perspective, this year, we're estimating that DVR will give us a net positive value of $24 million just for this year. And we expect that to increase in the future. So without going through all my slides, just wanted to put that money into context. When you have a facility that was $150 million when constructed, this is an important component of just making sure we can keep it operating. And the reason this is important is because we want to make sure we have all 3 turbines ready for summer in case we need to do any switches during the summer months. So I'll just leave it at that, and of course available for any questions. I know it's late, but I'm here to answer anything you want.
We might have some questions here. Councilmember Hardy, go ahead.
Thank you. I just had 2 quick ones. I was trying to remember, I was on the planning commission when we did approve this. So I was trying to remember, how old is the plant and what is the anticipated life?
Yes, so the plant was fully operational in 2005, so it's almost 20 years old now. It was actually operational before this. We were testing it, but went on the market in 2005. We have bonds on it, at least till 2031 or 2032. I'll have to go back check on that, and I would anticipate its life would extend beyond that, especially if we continue to do all the proactive maintenance we've been doing. It's a huge component for the city and for the region. So at a minimum, I would say that that with the bonds being in place till 31, 32, that's kind of where we're at from a financial perspective. But I would expect the life would extend even beyond that. Could extend even beyond that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, Manuel. I think you said it was a 10-year contract for 30 million, but I think what I read here was an initial 5 years for 30 million, and then you could do extensions. Is the 30?
Sorry, Councilmember. That's completely correct, and I apologize. Trying to go fast for you. It's a 5-year with 1-year extensions, and it can be 5-year extensions of 1 year. So a total of it could be 30-year, and that 10-year, and the total amount for the contract during those 10 years, the maximum would be 30-year for both contracts combined. So we don't know exactly what the split would be, but it would be $30 million total over the 10-year period, and it would be split between the 2 contractors, TransCanada and GE, depending on cost and availability.
Okay, so it's roughly 15 million over 5 years.
That's well, yeah, and it depends. It depends exactly when, because different services cost different amounts of money, right? Yeah. And then, so I don't want to say it's exactly that way, but if you want to kind of summarize it that way, you can, but it might vary, it might not be that exact.
Okay, that was unclear to me. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Mayor, I noticed this thing maybe within 1,000 feet of my property, so I may
of caution. I don't know.
I've not been informed, but I saw the map and I know where it is. So I'm sorry for the late information, but yes, I would recuse myself from this thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Becker, did you have a motion?
Yeah, I have a motion.
Very good. Go ahead.
I'd like to take the recommendation, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute master service agreements with General Electric Package Power LLC and TransCanada Turbines to perform gas turbine engine field and depot services subject to the following conditions, which are number 1, each agreement, or do we have to do it individually or can we do it all at once?
Can you say staff recommendation?
Yeah, staff recommendation then.
Does that work?
I'm going to second that because I'm impressed he can do the big words this late at night.
I was like following along going.
It's a single resolution, so it's just.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Becker. And was that a second, Councilmember Hardy? Did you second? Okay, very good.
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Motion second. Let me go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, seeing none, Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal. Oh, he recused himself. Yes. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6 with 1 abstention, right? 6, 1, 7. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask that we continue the rest of the items until whenever the next council meeting is, the 20th, or that is, may I have a motion for that, please?
April 20th, Mayor.
April 20th. Councilmember Becker?
I'll make a motion to continue to April 20th.
Thank you.
Sec-
Motion second by Councilmember Watanabe.
Mayor, there was one other adjournment. Did you want to read it tonight or leave it?
I haven't, I'm not there yet, so.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
not reading yet, so, okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, thank you. So that means all of our reports and everything are continued, right? Council, before I go to adjournment? Okay. I'd like to ask the council that we adjourn tonight's meeting in the memory of Donald Herbelin, long-term Santa Clara resident. Donald Don Herbelin was born in Los Angeles on November 22nd, 1938, the son of a pharmacist and World War II veteran and a first-generation Italian-American homemaker. He was the oldest of 3 siblings. Don began serving his community with the 163rd Fighter Group of the California Air National Guard stationed at the Ontario National Guard Base. Don married Suzanne Brush in March of 1965 and saw his family grow to include 4 children and 6 grandchildren. He served as an active citizen in Santa Clara for over 40 years. Upon moving to Santa Clara, Don worked as a Teamsters truck driver for over 30 years and was a longtime parishioner at St. Lawrence the Martyr Catholic Church. Don enjoyed a variety of activities as an adult, ranging from firing the starting pistol at swim meets to shooting actual pistols at the firing range to fishing in the Sacramento River Delta. After retiring, Don pursued civic interests and attended Santa Clara City Council meetings. Don was a staunch supporter of Bay Area sports teams and was an even greater fan of his grandchildren. Just as he had done for his own children, Don cheered his 6 grandchildren in all their endeavors, whether they played sports or musical instruments, debated or competed in other academic activities. When his wife joined him in retirement in 2017, Don moved to Sacramento County to be closer to his children and his grandchildren. Don continued his civic engagement with the city of Elk Grove, participating in the Elk Grove Police Department Citizens Academy, and kept up his social engagement with his retirement community. Don also developed a new hobby in retirement, photography, to chronicle both the activities of his grandchildren and his travels with his wife. Donald Herbelin passed away on March 8th, 2021, at the age of 82. He will be fondly remembered by his family, his friends, and all who knew him. Councilmember Jane, do you have a motion to adjourn in his memory?
Yes, but I would like to say a couple of words about Don. I got to know Don on the CAC. He was very active, very, very dedicated to Santa Clara. And I was really sad when he moved to Elk Grove. He had helped to distribute some of my lawn signs in the 2016 election. Even though he was suffering from pain in his feet, he was a champion. He didn't complain, and he really supported Santa Clara. So I missed him when he left, and it was sad to hear that he had passed.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I want to kind of echo the words of Councilmember Jane. I also met Don at city council meetings, but I got to know him best during the Citizens Advisory Committee meetings that he attended almost religiously. He was a very unassuming person. He told me a little bit about his life, but I never guessed that he had done all the things that he did do. He was very modest. He also helped me quite a bit during my campaign. He was always supportive, not just of the things that I wanted to do, but of me as a person. And he was just a joy to be around. When he left the city, he made a point to find me and tell me that he was going to leave. And I was surprised that that was the reason that he came to see me about, but I was not surprised to know that the reason that he was leaving was to be with family and be supported there. And I wished him all the luck. When I heard that he had passed away, I heard the name and had some hope at first. But it was indeed a very, very sad. It was very sad when I heard that he had passed. He was just a great guy. Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion in his honor to adjourn?
I would like to adjourn in the memory of Don Herberlin.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. A motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, motion to adjourn.
Lisa,
Councilmember-
wasn't also Jim Ash that we added to that?
Yeah, that, I thought I read that earlier. I did, right?
I
Yeah.
just wanted to make certain it was part of the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Hardy, that we adjourn in Jim Ash's memory along with Mr. Herberlin as well. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker. Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.